I'm calling the meeting to order. I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor Ford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bullock.
Here.
Councilmember Amador.
Present.
Councilmember Teeter.
Here.
Councilmember Carson. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember McEldowney. Here. Councilmember Elliott.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And for the record, we're all here except for Councilwoman Carson. I'm open for a motion to allow for an excused absence for Councilwoman Carson. We'll go with Mr. Bullock.
Move to excuse Councilwoman Carson from tonight's meeting.
Okay, Mr. McEldowney? Second. I have a motion and a second to allow for that excused absence. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Now I want to ask everybody to rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And please keep in mind during your moment of silence Pearl Harbor.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now I'd like to ask the staff to go ahead and pass the microphone around and allow the audience to introduce themselves.
Daniela Villarreal, Community Liaison for the City of Commerce City.
Julia Emco, Communications, Commerce City.
Paola Chavez, Youth Commissioner.
Nayeli Olivas, Youth Commissioner.
Lori Perez, Youth Commissioner.
Fernanda Villalobos, Youth Commissioner.
Lizette Zamora, Youth Commissioner.
Tyler Vu, Youth Commissioner.
Stephanie Struy, Youth Commissioner.
Angela Weber, Youth Commissioner.
Christian Hernandez, Youth Commissioner.
Michael Scanlon, Chamber of Commerce.
Carrie Landon.
Kathy Blakeman, Human Resources.
David Shipley.
Vince Line.
Glenn Murray.
Guillermo Serna, Merry Christmas.
Carolyn Keith, Parks, Recreation, and Golf.
Clint Nichols, Commerce City PD.
Robert Taves. Chris Kramer, Community Development.
Callie Trinta.
Angela Brandt.
Brian Rudin, business owner.
TJ Judah.
Jim McTurnan.
Maria DeAndre, Public Works.
Great. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're going to start off our meeting with the Commerce City Youth Commission recognition. I'd like to invite Community Liaison Daniela Villarreal to come forward to the podium and bring all of your guests with you, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. Again, I'm Daniela. I was hired in August as the city's first community liaison. Not only do I oversee the Commerce City Youth Commission, but I also oversee the Cultural Council and the Quality Community Foundation. Thank you all for having me here. I'm really happy to be working and serving for the City of Commerce City. I'm here tonight to introduce the new members of the Commerce City Youth Commission and to give a brief overview of what the year looks like. We had our first meeting for our new members on November 3rd. I want to thank all the council members that sat through the long interview process, the day-long interview process. We had about 29 applications this year, and we were able to successfully fill all 8 vacancies through those applications. Currently, there are a total of 20 youth members, and that is a full house for us this year. That includes 8 new members and 1 citizen representation member who was a former youth commissioner and went on ahead to college but stayed on the youth commission. And we also have 2 members of city council and the youth commissioner coordinator, which is a non-voting member, which that would be me. Each year, the Commerce City Youth Commission sets annual goals. There are currently 4 goals, which were what the Youth Commission came up with last year and have agreed to continue to follow these goals this school year. Some of this year's highlights is me as a new staff member dedicated to the Youth Commission and to implement the Youth Master Plan. On January 3rd, we are having a civic day in which the youth commissioners will have an opportunity to come in, get to meet some city staff and get to know how the city works and also get a tour. We will also be attending the Cherry Creek Diversity Conference in February, which the youth gets to attend every year. And I know that they're looking forward to that this year. And we're also having the Adams County Youth Initiative coming in to work with us to facilitate a conversation to help the youth figure out a signature project for the year. We're really happy to have ACYI coming in to facilitate these conversations and to come in and help the youth further implement the Youth Master Plan. And then the big NLC conference, which will be in March. Again, we have 6 youth seats available and 2 adults. And similar to last year, they will be graded on attendance and essays. So whoever gets the highest score will be the 6 who get to go to the conference. So now I'd like to give the opportunity for the youth to come and introduce themselves, and they can say their name and the grade that they're in.
What school they go to as well.
And what school do you go to?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I'm Christian Hernandez. I'm a junior at Adams City High School, and I'm excited to be in the Youth Commission. And then I'm Angela Weber. I go to Adams City High School, and I'm a freshman.
Thank you.
I'm Stephanie Struy, and I go to Adams City Middle School.
Hello, my name is Tyler Vu, and I'm a freshman at Adams City High School.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lisette Zamora, and I'm a senior at Adams City High School. Thank you all for having us.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fernanda Villalobos. I go to Adams City High School, and I'm a senior.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Tori Perez, and I am a 12th grader at Prairie View High School.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paola Chavez, and I am this year's chair, and I am a senior at Adams City High School. I can't wait to give you guys all of the reports on our achievements this year. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nayela Olivas, and I am a freshman and attending CU Denver.
Hello, everyone. My name is Giselle Cervantes. I'm a senior, and I go to Adams City High School.
Thank you all again, and thank you all for your support.
Well, thank you very much. We're all looking for all the great things that you're going to be able to achieve in our community, serving on the Youth Commission, and I noticed there's several members of our Interact through Rotary as well. So it's really nice to see the interest. And there's one young lady that made me a chocolate pie that's in the audience that I'll never forget when I went and gave a talk at one of the middle schools. So just keep up the good work and keep trying to achieve those goals. You guys are in the right programs to help you succeed in life. So we're looking for great things. Thanks again. All right, next item on the agenda. You want to talk? Here, just a second. Wait, I'm looking. I got a whole list here. Renee Bullock?
Okay. I would love to get a picture with the Youth Commission that's here now and council. Were the ones that came in tonight that were able to make it, and so we could get a picture with the council. So this would be like we know that you were here, and you can never say that you weren't. So would that be accepted to you, Mr. Mayor?
Sounds great to me. Why don't we get all of you to come up here on the podium, and we'll have the council come around and take a picture with you. That was awful shiny, wasn't it?
What?
Your head.
Was it shiny?
Yeah, it was.
Nobody says nothing before I go down, huh?
All right. Next item on the agenda is going to be a citizen communication, and per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address the council on businesses and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments on land use matters that are before or may come before city council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. And I'd like to ask, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak that didn't have the opportunity to sign up on the sign-up list? All right, then we'll go through the sign-up list in order. I'll call you up. You'll have, we need you to state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the city council on your concerns. We'll start with Mr. Glenn Murray. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Glenn Murray, Murray Farms, 11010 Havana Street, Brighton. I'm here before you tonight to talk about a safety issue, and that safety issue is 104th and Florence Street. It's where the fire department is, down by Grondike. There is currently a stoplight there that flashes yellow and red. But my concern is this, that as you're headed west on 104th, just as you get across the overpass there at Florence Street, it's a double turn lane, which is now blocked off by barricades. And what I've seen happen is the property owner there on the south side, those semis, in order for them to turn left into their lot, they have to block the traffic that's coming behind them. When there's two turn lanes, that there's no reason that there shouldn't be open, that people can get into those lanes and get out of the side of traffic. And as far as the visibility looking to the west, you have well over a quarter mile of visibility of oncoming traffic. The other part of this is maybe some part that hasn't been looked at very well. And what it does is if you're coming down Havana Street and you want to get on 104th and you want to go to the east, what you currently have to do is go through the industrial park. And that creates some issues because the industrial park, particularly during the day, the street is completely stacked both sides with parked vehicles. Semis, and by the way, a number of semis are even loading on there. There is no sidewalks in the industrial park. You've got the animal shelter is also in there. And you have people in there continually that are walking dogs through that entire industrial park. The only place they have to walk is on the road. You also have the same thing when people take their breaks in their lunch hour in the businesses, they'll walk through that area. Like myself, the reason it affects me so much is because the equipment that I go through there with, and I have to go east on 104th, is I'm wide and I'm slow. And for me to try to force through the industrial park when you've got a situation like that, it gets to be an unsafe situation. So I would like to know why there is no U-turn on 104th if you want to go headed west and want to go back east. And not only that, why those barricades are there. Those people need to be able to turn into their businesses without blocking traffic. So I'd appreciate if somebody'd look into that, and I'd like for them to get back to me. If they have any questions or where I'm coming from, I'd be glad to visit with them because I think you've got a safety issue there. Somebody's going to get hurt or worse. Thank you.
Glenn, I'm glad you came in tonight. I mentioned to you out in the hallway that I also brought this up to the city manager. Apparently it was brought up at a council meeting, and by council direction, the barricades went in, which I was unaware of when I talked to you earlier. However, when Peoria Street was closed for so many months because of the chuck hole that was in the drain pipe there for the irrigation, a lot of traffic was going through that industrial park. And as I mentioned to you, I would rather go out on Havana and go west and get in the turn lanes because I think it's a safer movement to do a U-turn than try to turn left off of Florence with the flashing yellow and red.
I concur.
So I've asked the city manager to look into that. We do know that we're going to need to install some street lights along that section of 104th between Highway 2 and Highway 85 because the traffic numbers are just getting too great. And we know Florence is one of those. Florence, Joliet, Peoria, and there's one other one, I think, just to the east of Highway 2. So they are going to look into it. Brian's going to be discussing that with our Director of Public Works, and we should have some information on why the barricades are there and if we can get those removed. And my philosophy is you're not crossing 6 lanes of traffic to go east. When you come off of Florence, like coming off of Florence, you're only having to navigate the oncoming eastbound traffic to make the U-turn. So,
you're right, Mr. Mayor. It's a lot safer to do it that way.
So thank you for coming in and bringing that to our attention, and we'll make sure you get follow-up from staff. All right, Dave Shipley and Vince Line. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Vince Line. I'm a Bureau Chief at Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, 13101 East Broncos Parkway in Centennial. I'm here with Dave Shipley. Dave Shipley is the Executive Director of the Colorado Information Sharing Consortium, and I'm the current board chairman. In 2006, as the Information Sharing Consortium was just beginning to form, then Grand Junction Police Department Deputy Chief Troy Smith helped provide a solid, highly intelligent, energetic voice on the formation of a committee. His broad view and vision helped clarify discussions and develop firm foundation needed for the CISC to take shape. Chief Smith was highly influential in the development of the initial Memorandum of Understanding, which served as a foundational document for the eventual intergovernmental agreement, which was implemented back in 2014. Chief Smith attended countless discussions and meetings personally and by telephone over those initial formative years of our organization. In every one, Chief Smith provided consistently pertinent and valuable insights and experiences that made the MOU and provided our services in a better way. By the time the CISC officially became a Colorado legal entity in April of 2014, Chief Smith, who at that point was the chief of the Commerce City Police Department, became the first chairman of our board of directors, a position that he held until this past March. Chief? On behalf of the present 55 member agencies of the Colorado Information Sharing Consortium and their employees, and on behalf of all of the officers statewide who will benefit from the efforts of this organization in the future, I proudly present Chief Troy Smith with this Leadership Award. Thanks for your service and your continuing commitment. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, Troy.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Let them take a picture.
Yeah, we need to take a picture. You can't just walk away.
I'm going to take a picture. Okay, thank you.
You're going to need it.
Well, just I didn't know this was happening, so everyone kept the surprise.
Good.
Until I saw him here, and I thought, there's nothing good going to come of it. But it was an honor to serve as the chairman for this consortium, and I really, really appreciated having guys like this to work with. I think we did make some significant contributions as a group to all the law enforcement agencies across the state of Colorado. Commerce City is still a member of that organization today, and we have a representative that sits on the board. And I'm very proud to have the opportunity to work with these guys and to have been a part of building this for the state. So thank you very much to you all for allowing this to happen here.
Well, congratulations.
Take a picture.
Yep, come on up here and get lined up and take a picture. There you go. Yeah. Great. Congratulations. All right, next I'd like to call Angela Brandt. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Angela Brandt, and I live at 12168 Kittredge Street in the Outlook community. I come here this evening as a follow-up to my request from September that the city provide safe access for Outlook residents to reach the new Villages East Park at 116th and Chambers, and really the rest of the city. To date, Outlook has been an island of sorts, with 3 access points from 120th into the community, no others due to the proximity of I-76, but none of the 3 connecting by sidewalk across 120th. The need for pedestrian access from Outlook across 120th was apparent. Myself and the 700-plus and quickly growing residents of Outlook always felt this was more than just a worthy project. This need was a matter of public safety, and it was only a matter of time before something horrible happened when someone crossed 120th from Outlook. As I stand here tonight, and as the council is aware from last week's study session and the city manager update, this need is going to be met. What was once a $200,000 to $300,000 project has been brought to a manageable $35,000 with funding identified from contingency park funds and other sources. A new beacon system is also going to allow residents on the west side of Chambers to safely reach the new park. Weather pending, we look forward to seeing the completion of these crossings over the next few months. While I began speaking with staff from the city in June, it was not until I was encouraged to speak with a few key staff that I feel this matter was given the attention deserved. I want to thank Michelle Halstead for meeting with me and fully communicating all of the many projects the city has in motion that will benefit citizens. Thank you to the city manager, Brian McBroom, and the public works director for mobilizing your teams to investigate the need, find the funds, and formalize a plan to implement. Finally, and especially, thank you to Councilman Diaz. While it takes a village for many things in life, especially when there are lots of moving pieces, there can emerge a voice, a leader, a partner, to make others feel their voices heard and that their voice matters. Paolo listened to our need and expressed a sincere desire to find both short and long-term solutions to the need. He welcomed my calls, emails, text messages, and helped facilitate positive communication between myself and key decision makers. He also let me vent during the more frustrating times of this process. I truly thank you for your support, Paolo, on behalf of all of Outlook. From being told there is no funding and no easy answers to address this need, to working together and finding solutions, I thank all of you. Most things worth fighting for do not have easy answers. Let's continue to work together and as a community see the needs of its residents met. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to that new connectivity and your new crossing. And, it takes residents to come forward and communicate as well. So the process worked this time. I hope it continues to work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Rudin. Good evening. And I see there's 3 of you on here that have the same thing. You cannot come up individually or all at once?
I think individually is
Okay.
better. Different people with different viewpoints.
I didn't know that, so I just wanted to give you the option.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing me tonight. My name is Brian Rudin at 9670 Dallas Street, Unit E&F, and I am the owner of Starbuds MIPS, LLC. I'm an infused products manufacturer in the cannabis industry, and I just wanted to address the Council about some of my interactions with Commerce City, because I believe there's some areas for improvement, not just for myself, but for the industry at large. We are a new industry, especially in Commerce City, and there are always going to be growing pains. And that's why I wanted to talk about. So very recently I had a couple of items that were brought to my attention. One was a complaint of an odor in my building. And I received a letter from enforcement saying that this had been brought to their attention, and it said that they would work with me to try and rectify the issue. So I started to do that right away. I hired an engineer and started figuring out what I can do so that the adjacent businesses are not affected by my business. But during that process, I was then given what's called an order to show cause. My license was threatened to be revoked due to the issue, even though I was on the process of working with it. So went to a hearing and ultimately agreed to a settlement that I was, to be frank, uncomfortable with, but with 60 employees and their jobs at stake, I couldn't risk any other outcome but a settlement. And then I also had my renewal hearing. So my license, it's now 1 year old. It was up for renewal. And the process for that included a public hearing where I was sworn in under oath, and I'll be honest, I was cross-examined, and that does not happen in any other jurisdiction. I have marijuana business licenses in Denver, Boulder, Adams County, Pueblo, Aurora, and renewals are a matter of paperwork. There's not a public hearing component to that. I really felt like I was almost on trial. And it doesn't have to be that way. So my asks tonight are, one, that we streamline the license renewal process here in the city, and that, two, some of the rules, in particular the rule about odor. Currently, the code in Commerce City says no odor can be detected outside your facility or in adjacent facilities. And the problem with that standard is it's left to opinion, and it's not tied to any sort of a scientific measurement. And so if I have a disgruntled neighbor that says they smell an odor, I'm sort of at the mercy of that, because I can say, well, I disagree, but without there being some sort of objective way to figure this out or process to work together, it causes challenges. And the problem is it's causing a chilling effect in the industry. I do talk to the other business owners, and they've expressed similar concerns. We want to be part of Commerce City. We've been invited in. We feel that now that we've made financial investments here, both acquiring a license and building facilities, that we now have a vested interest in Commerce City, and we want to work together. And we know this is a new thing, and we just want to have open lines of communication so that the system can work well for everybody.
Okay. I'm going to reserve my comments until I hear from the other folks that are similar issues. But then I'll communicate back to you on what I'm seeing and how I think we'll deal with it. Okay.
Thank you. I also, I know I'm over time, but I also want to publicly thank Laura Bauer. She has an incredibly difficult job. She handles it with grace, and she does it very well. And it's been a pleasure working with her. So thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Jim? Good evening.
Pardon me?
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Jim McTurnan. I'm General Counsel for Starbuds MIPS at 9670 Dallas Street. I just want to talk a little bit about a few areas where we think maybe a different approach would be helpful. And the first one, Mr. Rudin spoke a little bit to, and that is the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code Section 8-2310. And that presently has it's a zero tolerance standard, which is tough both for the businesses and on the regulatory side, because there is no scientific means of addressing complaints and ensuring compliance with the code. So what I'm asking for here today is, or recommending that council consider, would be putting some sort of scientific measurement in place to determine whether a business is in compliance. That's something that Denver is in the process of doing right now. They're rolling out their new odor regulations for 2017, which are going to be going into place here shortly, affecting not only marijuana businesses, but other businesses that produce odor. But they've followed a state standard. And we have yet to see how this will work in Denver, so I don't know that I can necessarily recommend the method that they're using, but I'm bringing it up as a matter of example of what another jurisdiction has done to put some scientific standards on it. Denver has followed the state regulations. The Department of Public Health and Environment, the Air Quality Control Commission, has a standard for determining whether you have a nuisance odor. And they have a means of measurement where you take a sample of the air and you dilute it with clean air to determine if the odor particulates are still detectable. But something like that would be helpful because it allows the businesses to self-police. So part of what the state standard requires for certain industries is for the businesses to sample on a 6-month basis to determine whether they're compliant. But if there were some sort of scientific standard, if a neighbor complains or you have some other issue, your enforcement team is going to be able to come out and make a more concrete determination of is there a problem or is there not. And I think the reason this is going to be a big deal coming up shortly, you've got more marijuana businesses coming in. Odor is a challenge across the industry. It's something that all the jurisdictions are dealing with, and it's it's a bit of a challenge. And zero tolerance is not necessarily a realistic standard. If you have somebody walk out of a facility, there might be little particulates on their clothes. There's going to be some microscopic level, even if you have no smell of odor, but having a way to measure it is going to determine there will be some odor present. Is that odor a problem or is it not a problem? Is that beeping telling me I'm out of time?
It is telling you the time has elapsed. Again, I will comment after everybody in the industry has had a chance to address the council. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Yep. All right, TJ. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Just to kind of summarize, the point of cannabis is, at the end of the day,
really quick, I need your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, TJ Judah, 9670 Dallas Street, Unit E and F as well.
Okay.
At the end of the day, these are small businesses, and this particular location employs well over 60 people in Commerce City, and the development of the unit has been about a 7-figure project. And with that said, when you have that many employees too, like any business, like a city, we're bound by also human error. And some of the issues that were raised or that happened and that were part of the show cause hearing, one of them was a camera issue in which an employee had been checking to check another employee's hours and whether they had clocked in or not. And part of while she was in the DVR happened to unclick the record button. The state had come through and had seen that, and the states, again, have seen numerous concerns and issues, some which they consider more egregious and some they see as, basic human errors, mistakes, businesses happen. No problem. They sent a warning letter, and that was that. Commerce City took a little bit of a harsher position, and that became part of the show cause hearing. So what I would say is that, when you got a new industry that's coming in to the city, I always say, at the hearing it was this side versus this side, and it was a clash on Friday, and that's not productive. The idea is, Starbuds, you're one of the bigger license holders in the state. You're not one of the bigger license holders in the state because you're a bad actor. You've been around for 7 years. That must say that generally you're playing by the rules. So if we have a player like that in Commerce City, it's how do you come to the table? How do we improve? How do you work together? The police department and SWAT has been in our unit and gone through a lot of education on, hey, what does this do? If we have an issue, where do we not shoot? Where do the employees go? How does this work? And that's kind of what we're interested in. Is not being against, but how do you work together? Part of that inspection with police is, they hit the panic button alarm just to make sure it was working. And as they sat there, they waited, and he was angry. Why am I not getting a call? Come to find out, our company, Monotronics, called the police department immediately. The police department dispatch didn't actually dispatch it out for 3 minutes. Now, that's a life and death safety issue. Again, we're here to work with, not against. And we're not here trying to slap any show cause issues or go to the media or lawsuits on a safety issue. We understand mistakes are going to happen, but work together, not against. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Now I'll comment on the three of you that came in for that, the address on 9670 Dallas. First, I'd like to start off by saying, the City Council agreed unanimously to allow the industry within our community, and we did it by zoning setback so that we could try to do the best to balance our community with the industry without having the conflict between residential neighbors dealing with odors and what have you. We talk about odor causing, when you're talking about odors, we would be citing Metro sewer constantly when you come down 270. because there are some smells. However, some areas, we don't want other businesses negatively affected either. We've allowed this now for a little more than a year. You were some of the first ones in. I think we now have about 6 or 7 businesses in Commerce City. I think that it's important that we have our staff review the process and how it's working, and if there are any changes that need to be made, and have a study session so the council can sit down and understand really where the industry's at, how things have been working, because we knew when we started it wasn't going to be perfect. However, we did intentionally make it as strenuous as we can, intentionally to try to protect our residents and make sure that we didn't overreach and allow it to come in and be too loose and have to tighten it up. We wanted it to be tight when it started. But I will tell you, what we want is to make sure that we're fair to all businesses within our community. That includes all of you guys and anybody else that's in that industry. We also have went through periods of time where we had show cause hearings for liquor violations, selling to a minor, whatever those issues may have been. And intentionally, the council is kept at arm's reach from some of those hearings so that we can't show a precedence that we're supportive or non-supportive of an industry. So that's why we have now hired the hearing officer, and hopefully you guys were okay with the hearing officer that we have hired. Now there is a process, and what I would say, and I'm on record, to all employees as well as all businesses. We want to be fair to every business in this community, regardless of what your business is. If you're making widgets or if you're making candy for marijuana sales. What we do want to make sure is that we regulate it to the point where we can ensure that our residents are safe. Okay? With all industry. Whether it's a fireworks company that's making explosives or whatever. So we did intentionally make it as tough as we could to start. Now we're going to go through some times where we find out what's working and what's not working. And we have to, as a council, we have to rely upon our senior staff and our attorneys to bring back a study session and talk about where they've seen things that need to be changed or just manipulated a little bit to make the system better. Now, I don't know what the scientific opportunities for smell and odor are, but we always reach out and work with other communities on what they've done to make things better. We actually used another agency's ordinance on home grows and how we made it stricter on home grows and allowed the industry. But we want to make sure we're building a quality community. So nothing against you guys, nothing against our residents. We're just trying to make sure that we manage things properly. And the senior staff is here, and I would ask them to give us an update now that we're over a year into it as to where things are at and how things are going and if there's anything we need to change. But I want to assure you that our intention as council is to make sure you're treated as fairly as any other business. Just because of what you're doing, we have this sense of being overreactive, and I want to make sure you're treated fairly. All right, so hopefully that answers most of your questions as we move forward. And I would ask that the senior staff would make sure you're invited to come to that study session if you like. I would just remind you that during study sessions we don't take public comment. So you'd be able to listen but not really interact. So at least you know what's happening. And any residents are also opportunity to be at our study sessions as well. So thank you all for coming in. I'm going to look to see if I have anybody else that wants to communicate with you on the council. Mr. McElhenney?
I just want to thank you guys for coming in tonight. I think there are some key observations there. I think to the mayor's point, we need to be mindful of treating industry in general in a consistent way. If there are inconsistencies between what you've experienced in Commerce City and elsewhere, we certainly need to understand that. And so I think it's important for us to hear that. But given the fact that you are in the midst of a license renewal. We need to obviously limit our conversation tonight, but I do see it as an important conversation for us to have with staff to understand where things are at, where things go from here. Clearly, you have made a significant investment in this community. You've taken a significant step to put roots down here, in addition to those other locations that you're operating in, and so we need to be mindful of that commitment and ensure that we're meeting you at an appropriate point. So, thanks for coming in tonight.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, thank you for addressing your concerns. When it comes to state ruling, the state has their standards, and we can't weaken that, but we can strengthen that. And we look at the industry not controlling Commerce City, but us controlling the industry. So when we go back to have a study session, we'll keep those things in mind. But just to understand, this goes for everyone. We're not targeting you. It's going to be overall everybody. And when it comes to smells, I can tell you that that's not a pleasant smell. It's not like it's Nabisco, cookies or bacon. So, we also have to be mindful for as well, because the industry that you guys came into, some of them were there before you guys were there, and understanding what works and what doesn't, because the wind does blow here, and sometimes it carries, and it may miss a place just in the vicinity, and may travel too. So just as sound travels, the smell travels too. So looking forward to that study session. Thank you.
Mr. Amador.
I want to thank you for coming in and just giving the feedback that you have tonight. I also will keep it brief, and I'll echo what the mayor and other council members have said. I'm looking forward to the study session of how things are going, and I appreciate the zoning ordinance targeted in this, provided by the attorney. I do also want to say, if I had a zero tolerance growing up through my young adult years, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. So zero tolerance is probably a little harsh, but we'll study that in the future. Thank you.
Thanks again, guys, for coming in. You're always welcome. All right, next, Guillermo Cerna. Good evening.
Good evening. Is it on?
It's on.
Good evening. Long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm back. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Look, thank you for the efforts that you guys have done these last 2-3 years. But there's a couple of concerns. 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Colorado 80022. There's three concerns that I'm here, and that's the blighted area in Derby. It's been quite a while since anything has really been done there. And I'm not talking about bike, pathways, or... When we did the study session, we were supposed to look at how we were to bring in money to either redevelop that area so that some of these businesses that were there could take advantage of that. Well, Highway 2 is being worked on, but those buildings are still blighted. And I've been going to a coffee shop, and it's still the same way. There's no improvement other than the brick that we laid right there on Monaco. So it's a concern. If we're going to build and rebuild Commerce City as a whole, we have to start working at that now that we have reached the 50,000 population status. And that's one of the reasons that we need to work on it. The second one is every time Denver does something for the homeless, which is not good, we get the side effects. And we get the side effects, but the problems that comes with homelessness. Reba tried 15 years ago, I think, to see what we could do. And that has been at a standstill. I don't know if we're going to reach and play with the big cities, then we're going to have to start looking at how we take care of that, especially when children are the highest number in homelessness. And the businesses that they're in, I don't think Denver is doing it because they don't appreciate the people being around some of their businesses. Well, some of these people here are the same way. But I think that we need to approach it with the sensitivity of the need of these people, whether they might be veterans or not, in perspective to what their problems are. The other one is 104th and Union Pacific. The other day, I sent a tape to Mr. Douglas. I spent 45 minutes, okay, right there at the crossing. Just let me finish it, please. And I saw the law being broken because the bars were down. No railroad train there, okay? But nobody would respond. I called 911. They said they would send somebody. But while I was there, I was caught in between. While I was there, the people were going west, were breaking the law by going around the security railroad crossing. The people going east, after they saw what happened on the other side, they started doing the same thing. After a little while, it was the big trucks that started going across. It's a danger point. The medium right there at the railroad crossing where it almost bucks to the railroad, okay? We need where cars can turn around so that we don't back up all the way to 85, okay? And then heading over towards Brighton Boulevard and then crossing over. And these are truckers that are wanting to develop or deliver, their services to the airport, majority of them. And in the west, we can't turn and make a U and come back to Highway 2. So I'm saying is we've taken care of, and you've taken care of that one problem with the noise, but now it's the traffic. And you know it as well as I do that CDOT will take another 20 years, maybe 30, before they build a bridge over the whole thing. So it's a concern that needs to be studied. And again, you're doing a good job, but I think that there's some improvements and some study that has to be made in some of these areas. Because the community is kind of like getting tired of it. And all the traffic that comes from Boulder, Thornton, North Glen, they can create a lot of hassles with road rage. And we're beginning to see it, especially after the 45 miles per hour. They want to go 55, 60 because they're running late. Okay, so, and the homeless, I think that if we're going to grow, then let's grow with the heart, okay, of taking care of these people, irregardless of what Denver does. So that's all just something that I know I've been away, but these are things that I see out there. And I think that somewhere along the line, don't take the bus. Go out there yourselves and look at what's happening in Commerce City. Not just the new area and not just the old area, but all of Commerce City. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Just a second, Guillermo. I want to address some of your issues while you're standing here. Number one, welcome back. We've missed you, and it seems like you're catching up quick on some items. I want to start off first, Derby. There still is an urban renewal underway in Derby. We have to get business owners to want to partner. There are still interest-free loans available for businesses. The city can do so much, but we also have to, we can't tell the businesses or make them invest more money if they don't want to. But we've made the option there easier for those businesses to help to invest in their properties at zero interest on some of these loans. The railroad is another issue that when we're talking about the railroad, we're talking about a federal agency that we have no control over. But I will tell you a few things that have happened. Commerce City recently has put in $7 million into the intersection of Highway 85 and 104th Avenue to help make that intersection operate better. We know we put in the quiet crossings, 96th and 104th and different areas. But we can't make, and we do our best to hold them to what their obligations are, but we can't make the Federal Railroad Administration, and I've taken trips out there with the administrators and showed them the problems with block crossings and everything else, bad signalization. We even went as far as to post their phone number at every crossing so you could call and our residents could call and make a complaint with the railroad so that we could get more generation of what those complaints are to be able to get more enforcement on our end to help them comply. The state of Colorado came back and said they put in for a grant this last year to do a flyover Highway 85 and the railroad tracks. They were unsuccessful. They intend to apply for that grant again this upcoming year, and it's tied to other grants tying in some stuff in Greeley. So we know that there's a big interest in the state wanting to do a flyover in partnership with the UP Railroad. So we're expecting something to happen with this flyover, and the state's already in negotiations to buy land that they need for that flyover at 104th and Highway 85. So we know they're getting serious. And as Commerce City Council's number one priority is to do a flyover at 120th and Highway 85 over the UP tracks. We know the congestion, and you talk about playing with the big cities. We know Tower Road needed improvements. Highway 2 was a state highway. We did the divulsion and took it from the state, and we're widening it. And we also know that the state's taking care of traffic issues on I-76. So we're going to deal with some growing pains bad the next year or two with the transportation infrastructure that we're having to build. So what I would ask of our residents is please bear with us, because when Highway 2 is four-laned and Tower Road and the construction's no longer on I-76, it's going to get better. But we still have to deal with railroad tracks on 104th. And we're still looking to the state as a partner to deal with a flyover at 120th and Highway 85 and 104th and Highway 85. So hopefully we'll be able to take care of some of those issues soon. But we're dealing with other agencies besides just ourselves. And when it comes to the homelessness problem, I know it's a national issue, not a Commerce City issue.
Right.
And I see it. I get businesses don't like what they're dealing with, like next to the donut shop. They get frustrated. Right now, the laws have gotten so strict, and I would ask the city attorney to probably comment on that better than myself, when it comes to what we can and can't do concerning the homeless and what our authorities allow for. Would you mention that, please?
Yes, there's a lot of attention drawn in the media, especially in Denver, probably, as you've seen. All of our laws have to comport with the constitutional requirements in the Bill of Rights, and so targeting directly towards laws that are directed particularly towards panhandling or homeless people in general would run afoul of certain constitutional requirements. We need to make sure that there's fair enforcement of the laws as they apply to all people, regardless of their situation. And so in reviewing any plan for ensuring safety in the community, we would want to make sure that any plan or regulation is compliant with those constitutional federal requirements.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Attorney. But Mr. Serna, again, just some of the comments on some of the things. I will make myself available personally to talk to you at any time, as will any of the council members and our staff. But thank you for coming in and keeping those things at the top of our mind.
Just if I may make a suggestion, okay, because it's not just fair for me to come up here and tell you something, and then possibly work for a solution. The cities around that utilize those two arenas, okay, as far as highways coming from the west, communicate with those city council people to communicate with their people that are utilizing 104th, 120th, to understand that we have speed limits because we are still a residential from Highway 2 all the way to Tower Road and probably beyond sooner or later. And have them work with you also. They have a responsibility of letting their citizenship, okay, to know that, hey, be patient. You're going through somebody else's, in a, let's say, a sense, territory. Be respectful because, you know, we have to put lights here and there, and it's not going to, like you said, it's not going to get any better. And
the transient traffic that's using 104th, Rosemary, 88th, 120th.
Yes, they're all the same.
When I met with the CDOT commissioner, Brighton and Thornton were in the room. They understand, and Thornton right now is asking for our partnership to help them bring 96th Avenue east across the river and up to Highway 85 to help alleviate some of those issues. So we're working regionally on transportation issues. Myself and Mr. Teeter are on several boards. So we work with these other communities. And when it comes to enforcement, it's our responsibility to enforce the law within our city limits. And when there's a problem that any resident sees of violations occurring regularly, we'll ask the police department to go out and set up and do traffic stops in those areas. That's where we're at with it.
I understand all that. And as far as the homeless, I think that we can have all sorts of federal laws, but it's their ills that we have to work on in perspective together with all the other communities to work and see how we can find a way, especially in cold weather like tonight.
I agree.
Okay.
Mr. McEldowney, you have some
Thank
comments?
you.
Just a couple, and thanks. It's good to see you, Mr. Serna. I've had similar observations with the being trapped at the railroad crossings on 104th or otherwise. And I have talked with the Public Works Director about that. I think the suggestion for allowing U-turns is an interesting one. I think most importantly is it sounds like you've got video evidence of a problem that needs to be handed over to the railroad for them to provide a formal response. And I think that's where I would ask that we help handshake because, to the mayor's point, the subject of the railroads has been at the top of our agenda for as long as I can remember, as you well know. The reality of what we've been able to affect, you've cited clearly. And I think to the extent that we can show the impacts, or those times like your example where they're doing something that's having an extremely negative impact beyond the parking on across 112th or otherwise, we need to communicate every one of those examples that we can and be the thorn in their side. So I'm with you there. I think it would be interesting to hear, not tonight, and I'm not going to put staff on the spot, but to look at what our alternatives are in terms of allowing traffic to bleed off when faced with a blocked crossing. One of the big things that drives this conversation about railroads amongst the council is the concerns for public safety. In particular, what happens if fire or police need to move through one of these areas and there's a train blocking or a crossing blocking. How do we move public safety, whether it be police or fire or ambulance, through those areas? And so that's one of the big drivers for trying to get the flyover at 85 and 120th, because that would at least give us one corridor east-west that has complete bypass of the railroads. Ultimately, we want to see that at all the major intersections, but at the price tags those are, we need the regional partnerships to make those happen. So I'll just say I'm with you. We need people to do like you're doing and take those examples and make sure that we're safe and you can record them safely. Do so that we can figure out how to communicate and share those and make those examples known. But thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else, thank you, Mr. Serna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next, I'll call Robert Taves. Good evening.
Good evening. How y'all doing this evening?
Good.
Robert Dave, 7120 East 66th Place, Commerce City. How y'all doing this evening?
Good. How are you?
Long time no see. I have an issue again. I take it you're the new city attorney here. Robert Davis, pleasure to meet you. Bro, Dickenberg, how you doing? Anyway, I have a little issue. I went ahead and got into a code violation again, which is irrelevant to anything else. Fact of the matter is, I looked up on Commerce City website on their new codes, and I have went ahead and pulled off the website the right of entry for code enforcement. I had no clue that as of August 11th, 2016, that the code enforcement now has a right to enter any part or any building and any structure on your property at any given time that they choose. As here it's written, according to Commerce City Code, Section 1-3001, right of entry, paragraph A. Generally, when necessary, to make an inspection to enforce any provisions of this code, or when the city has reason to believe there exists in any building or upon any land any condition that constitutes a violation of this code, an authorized city employee or agent may present proper credentials and request entry. If entry is refused, wait a minute, let me find out where I'm at here.
And just a second, your timer's not running. So
Oh, by the way,
you got a little extra time there, Mr. Taves.
Okay. By the way, how are you doing? If entry is refused, the owner cannot be located after reasonable effort. Okay, the city shall give the owner, or if the owner cannot be located, leave at the building or premises a written notice of the city's intent to inspect the property. The notice shall set forth the time no sooner than 24 hours after the notice of intent to inspect is given or left, at which the city will return for an inspection. The notice shall state that the owner has a right to refuse entry, and that in the event such entry is refused, an inspection may be made only upon issuance of a search warrant by a municipal judge or by a judge in any court having jurisdiction. After going ahead and reading this, where in the world does code enforcement have just as much right as the police department, if not more? This I don't understand. What in the world is coming up? I went ahead, I've got a friend that lives in east side of Germany. He actually lives in Mannheim. Okay? After I went ahead and showed him this and sent this to him, he said, "Welcome to my world." The only difference between German Communist Party and Communist City is the fact that we have to have a search warrant. They don't. That's it. Their laws and rules are the same. That they have a right to come in to your property. So my understanding from what I've read off of your codes, that any one of these people here, including you guys or code enforcement, I want to see what's in your shed. Well, you don't need to see what's in my shed. I got nothing in my shed. Well, I want to see what's in there. I believe that there's a code violation in there, but there's not. What gives you the right to come in here? Well, if you don't let me come in there and see, I'm going to get a search warrant. And that is where it has come to. This is what is written. Whether it happens or not in that manner, it doesn't matter. It is written that way. There's something that needs to be done. This has gone too far. I've had a problem with code enforcement back since 2004, ever since I moved into my house, of code enforcement violating their own rules and regulations. Well, I'm in court now, and I busted them again. They just did it. They violated their own rules and regulations. And now I'm in court, and now I have proof. I keep telling them before. You guys been violating your own rules and regulations. Before, code enforcement, what you can see from the street as far as a code violation, unless if it's turned in or reported or a neighbor complaint or whatever, I can understand that. But before it was, what we can see from the street. They were not allowed to enter your property and to look for code violations. Guess what? Y'all changed it. Now they can. As of August 11th of this year. Now they can enter your property to look for code violations. So you got a weed growing back over here, not a marijuana plant, just a weed that might be, a foot tall or so, 2 foot tall, whatever the situation is. It's grown off in the corner. Oh, well, we just entered your property and looked up over your fence. You've got that weed over there. Here's a citation. Now you have to go to court for code violation. They don't have to follow their rules and regulations. They don't have to go ahead and issue you a warning. They don't have to do anything like that. They can just come in and do it. You want to know how I know that? Because they did it to me. They didn't issue me no warning. Nothing. They just came in with the search warrant and gave me a ticket. Nothing else. Now I understand I have a few code violations, but the way the law is written now, what is going on? There's something wrong with this. Is this the way it's going to be here in Commerce City?
I'm just waiting for you to finish so I can comment.
I'm done.
You're done, all right. Well, number one, I have to be careful about what I comment on because you have a court date.
Yep.
And that'll be a decision made by a judge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if for some reason, whether I'm not the one who makes that decision, but if a code enforcement person violated the city regulations, that's something that you can file a complaint with the city attorney's office, okay?
Let me back up.
And no, wait a second, it's my turn. And you can talk to the judge and you can plead your case. But I can't get involved with or talk about your case that's pending to court.
I don't want you to.
Good.
I want to know what's going on.
I'm not done yet.
This.
I'm not done yet. This city council, because we were having a problem with home grows, okay, we wanted to make sure that we allowed opportunity for our enforcement officers to be able to go onto your property. However, some of the things you stated I do not believe are correct, and I would ask the city attorney to clarify those things. But there are warnings that happen first, and when it comes to someone searching or going onto your property, there's a search warrant process and there has to be probable cause. But I would ask the city attorney to address those issues as to he's the one that handles that, not me.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. And since some of these items are outside of my bailiwick, but I will speak as to the courtesy notice that goes out from the Community Development Department is in matter of policy that is issued as a courtesy before a violation. The opportunity always exists to issue a violation immediately and without notice. As another note, I believe that the code section that Mr. Taves refers to has existed in its current form since at least 2011, if not sooner. The last update to the municipal code, I believe, was in August, so the website, the Municipal Code Archive Online, reflects that date as the current date of the code. So that provision has existed for some time, yes. And so the authorization for the agent exists. However, the rights of citizens to present an objection and not to consent to searches is not overcome, and but the right of the city to conduct searches with probable cause and after the court issues a search warrant for the exercise of the police power to ensure the safety of the city is still reflected in the code.
Thank you. And that's about as far as I can get into it until you go to your court date, because I am not going to inflict my opinion on what will happen during court. Is there any other council members that would like to comment concerning Mr. Taves' communication this evening?
My only issue, Mr. Ford.
Yes, sir.
Okay, was the fact of, and I can understand why it was put out and it was probably before the marijuana thing. But the fact of the matter is this is code enforcement we're speaking of, okay? Irrelevant of anything else that is going on. They have you have given them the rights to go ahead and enter anybody's property because they believe there's a code violation, whether it be for marijuana, whether it be for junk you have in your garage, or an old vehicle you have in your garage. But that's what they have it. That's where it's written.
Well,
and that is the way
I'm
it is written.
going to have to correct you there. When you say you have made it this way, this was done in 2011. Okay, this was while I wasn't on council. Yes, marijuana changed how we do business from a residential perspective. And yes, we still make sure that there's probable cause and that there has to be a warrant to go on and search a property. And we don't go around searching people's property and going on looking for weeds, like you said. We don't go just blowing into people's backyards to find a weed.
But it is written that way.
That's your interpretation, Mr. Taves. There's a process that has to be followed, including courtesy notices to let you know that a visible code violation exists. And I understand what you're trying to do tonight, and I appreciate that. I want you to go to court. I hope the best for you, but that's up to...
I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I'm not worried about that.
Well, that's good. That's between you and the judge.
Right.
We've elapsed a lot of time on this already, and I gave you extra time at the beginning.
I appreciate
and I thank you for coming in and bringing it to our attention.
This has been my issue with code enforcement. Okay. Now they've gotten a lot more rights than what they used to be able to have. And by having that right to enter your property for any reason, if they believe, any code enforcement officer believes that there is a violation, whether there is one or not, that gives them the right to enter your property. If you have a extension cord laying on the ground, whether they can see it or not, we believe that there's a code violation on your property. We're going to come in and search your entire property to find a code violation.
I understand. I'm not going to discuss the status of your property tonight, but at the end of the day, I'm going to let that go, and you could go to court, and then we'll see what happens. All I can say is, do yourself a favor and eliminate code violations on your property.
And discuss this again.
Okay. That's fine.
After I win in court,
that's great.
Be back and discuss
we'll see you then.
All right.
Thanks. Have a good night. All right, folks, we're moving on in the agenda. If I can find my place. Consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and or a separate vote. Tonight there are 8 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council wish to remove an item off of the consent agenda for further discussion? Saying none. I'll need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Mr. McEldowney.
Would move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. And I'll ask the city attorney to read the titles of the consent agenda items, and then we'll have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. Resolution 2016-113, resolution approving amendment to Master Services Agreement for Engineering Services. Resolution 2016-114, resolution authorizing execution of intergovernmental agreement by and between City of Commerce City and the Regional Transportation District. Resolution 2016-122, resolution approving grant of easements to United Power, Inc. Resolution 2016-113, resolution regarding posting locations for ordinances and public meetings. Resolution 2016-134, resolution canceling city council meetings that fall on officially scheduled city holidays. Resolution 2016-138, resolution amending council policy number CP-5 regarding council expenditures for authorized events and travel. Ordinance 2117, an ordinance amending the 2016 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development block grant funds in the amount of $386,340 for sidewalk construction and bus stop improvements and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2118, an ordinance amending the 2016 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership grant funds in the amount of $6,400 for the Bulletproof Vest program in the police department and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Titles have been read. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, 8 in favor, 1 excused absence. Motion carries. Next, we move on to ordinances on first reading. We have ordinance 2119. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council on this resolution? Seeing no one. I'm open for a motion to introduce ordinance 2119. Mr. Bullock.
Move to introduce ordinance 2119 on first reading. Council is seated.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2119. Council is seated. Is there any discussion? Mr. McEldowney.
No, I'll withhold comments. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2119, an ordinance amending sections 9-3302 and 9-3303 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code relating to the licensing and regulation of outdoor vendors. And there are typographical errors in that title that will be corrected.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second. The title's been read. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, ordinance 2119 is introduced, 8 in favor, 1 excused absence. And we'll move into the presentation portion of our agenda. We have the Latino Engagement Task Force. I'd like to invite City Manager McBroom to introduce our guests.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure, at Council's request, to introduce an overview of recommendations received by the city this summer by the Latino Engagement Task Force. I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then we have our partners here from Cultivando who were instrumental in pulling the task force together and facilitating their discussions. They're going to step forward and walk you through the recommendations. Our purpose is threefold. Provide City Council and the community some background on the Latino Engagement Task Force, share the task force recommendations, and then we will share with you some steps that are already underway to implement the task force's recommendations and some additional steps planned for 2017. By way of background, City of Commerce City continues to be a very fast-growing community. Our population is now approaching 54,000 residents. Nearly half of the community is Hispanic or Latino. Latino community members do not participate, interact, or engage as much as we would like them to, given the significant percentage of our population that they constitute. We also know from our own work to analyze what we do and how we do it that we were not doing a great job through the police department of serving the Latino community. Our efforts to generally engage the Latino community in the various ways in which we engage the community were not very effective. Our actions over time have been loaded with positive intent, but we haven't gotten terrific engagement from the Latino and Hispanic community in Commerce City. So knowing that we had some shortcomings, we reached out to our partners at Cultivando to help us figure out a better way to engage with a significant portion of the Commerce City community. With that, City Council officially authorized the Latino Engagement Task Force, and they began meeting earlier this year. As part of our overall performance management system, this will show how that important work fits into the overall priorities in the city. This work with the Latino Engagement Task Force was clearly related to the council goal that's dedicated to engaging the public, to encourage community involvement, communication, and to build trust. With that, we planned that work out in such a way that the outcomes and objectives we identified would keep us properly aligned with City Council's goal to better engage the entire Commerce City community. It also lists a number of specific steps that we were able to take to help achieve that council goal. As a result, as I mentioned, City Council officially authorized the Latino Engagement Task Force earlier this year. The task force was actually composed of 12 courageous women in our community, average residency of 13 and a half years. 11 of 12 self-identified Spanish as their primary language, and 5 of the 12 indicated that they were more fully bilingual. There was a pre-meeting survey to establish a baseline of information. What were everybody's attitudes and opinions about the city's engagement efforts before starting the process? The task force dedicated a considerable amount of time and met over a 6-month period. And what we received in form of recommendations back from them wildly exceeded our expectations. We were looking for guidance and direction to do what we were doing better. We got a significant amount of very thoughtful recommendations that are going to go a long way to helping us do a better job, reach out to the entire Commerce City community. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our partners from Cultivando to walk through the task force's recommendations. I could tell you we had great intentions at the front end of this effort. Without the assistance of our partners from Cultivando, it simply would not have gotten very far. So I'm extremely grateful for Cultivando's work to help pull this process together and make it as effective as it was. So thank you, Alejandra.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor, Council. Thank you very much for allowing Cultivando to come in and present the recommendations from this 6-month task force that we participated in and collaborated with the city on. So as far as the task force, as Mr. Beckroom related to, we met once a month, and this was facilitated with a couple of other colleagues at Cultivando. And with this time frame, some of the meeting topics range from task force purpose, what is the purpose of the task force, and also giving a city overview. I think the first meeting was the most important, not only for the reason that we were able to communicate with task force members about the different departments of the city and what they do within the city and how they are a necessity for community members to have that information, but we ended up finding out even that first meeting that a lot of these task force members did not know that half of the departments were even located in the Civic Center and or what the purpose of those departments were. We had a very successful first meeting where a lot of them expressed gratitude for getting a greater understanding of what services the city offers to community members and for them being able to have the opportunity to relate this information out to others in the community. We also had a conversation about the police department, Civic Center tour, which was great. I think that was another highlight of the 6 months as well, that individuals in the task force felt that they really felt welcome touring this Civic Center. And they felt that they had a greater understanding of how accessible city staff and personnel is and the comfort level. So they felt really great being able to relay, again, that out to their community. We also had a conversation about city communications and events. So what are some of the best methods and ways in which the Latino community would like to get information? We also talked about recreational centers and parks, open dialogue and recap. So just went over everything that was discussed just because over the past 5-6 months, it was a lot of information to learn, especially as we have identified that most of these individuals have been living in the community in Commerce City for about 13.6 years median, and if not more, longer as well. And then the final meeting was a recommendations and report out of what we found during that time frame. Some of the recommendations that came out of the 6 months, one of them incorporated the improved language access. A lot of community members stated that they oftentimes are not able to communicate with city staff and or get appropriate information in their language that they are comfortable in. Especially moving into an era where we're so dependent on technology and so many individuals have access to cell phones and access a lot of their information on some sort of social media. A lot of them, once they stated that the information that they could readily get information on, such as Facebook or Twitter, was not available in their language. They also stated that hiring fully bilingual staff, and we also have to take into consideration the different departments and the really specific terminology that each department may command and demand in those efforts. So when you're talking about code enforcement, we just can't have one individual who is moving across Civic Center translating for every department. A lot of community members stated that oftentimes a lot of information could get lost in that conversation. So when we're really trying to help community members, they stated that they would enjoy and really have the flexibility to getting that correct information to ensure that they are following the rules that the city has put forth. Additionally, they also stated whenever they call in to the Civic Center, that oftentimes they're greeted by an English-only message, and oftentimes they don't know what department they need to reach because of the language barrier. So they stated as one of the recommendations being able to have that translated into Spanish so they can appropriately be directed to the correct department. So then that puts less work on the front desk person, hopefully, in trying to figure out what department they need to go to. A couple of the other recommendations include utilizing effective communication methods to reach the Latino community. And I think this is an aspect that we really dove into what are the current methods that the city is currently using to reach community members. A lot of them stated that they do get the magazine that the city, the newspaper that the city mails out, but oftentimes they don't know what's in it just because at the front of it, it's in English, and they assume that it's only in one language. So I think communicating that it is bilingual in advertising and marketing in that aspect, that would be fantastic. Also, trying to utilize different social medias and marketing and outreach efforts that the community is already engaging in and using, such as local magazine and radio stations to convey important information. Also, ensuring that materials are bilingual. They stated oftentimes there are not materials that are bilingual, and they usually have to take them home to their kiddos so they are able to translate them for them or take them somewhere else as well. And then using alternative means of community engagement. I think even within Cultivando, we really try and engage with community by utilizing community members that live in the community, understanding that the Latino community likes to get information from their neighbors, their friends, schools. Schools is one of the biggest ways and resources that the city can really utilize as well for reaching parents and community members. As far as language access, how can we ensure that community members are having access to the resources that you guys are providing? For example, translating at city council meetings. Throughout the 6 months during one of the main meetings, we came out and sat in on a city council meeting, and we had about 10 participants that came out, and they expressed their gratitude again for having that opportunity to come to a city council meeting and being able to listen in the language that they are familiar with and comfortable with. We had translation services that day, and they had the opportunity to see how the process of advocacy and how changes can take part in the community. That really got them engaged and interested in continuing to be a part of that process. But they did state that the language barrier was very hard for them to come out and make them feel comfortable just because they wouldn't know what is being spoken at during council meetings. As far as website translation as well, a lot of them stated that they're currently right now, the Commerce City website is not translated. You do have the option to click the Google Translate, and unfortunately Google Translate, as well as they have done, it does not accurately translate items into Spanish correctly. So looking into how can we accurately depict that language in multiple languages, if not even Spanish, but another language as well, so individuals can get that information. And then also increasing the amount of bilingual literature that is available to community members. Some of the other recommendations that came through the task force as well, was developing a philosophy and stated values for inclusiveness and diversity that applies to all city departments. Some individuals stated that although they may feel welcome coming to the city and they understand that city leadership conveys this value, they say oftentimes that's not always the case when they do come into Civic Center. And so if they have something that they can hold somebody accountable for and be able to fall back on, they say that's always a greater asset for them to be able to call in and communicate with somebody if they were not treated fair. Also, creating a welcoming and inclusive environment. I think that goes back to all the recommendations that we have talked about, such as language access, and ensuring that we have bilingual staff that is able to greet community members in their language at the front. Also, ensuring that we are creating effective communication between school districts and police departments. Some of the community members, a lot of them were parents, stated that oftentimes there's a lack of communication between the school districts and police departments. And since when one of the examples that they gave was earlier in the year, the schools were on lockdown and parents were not notified. And so parents were driving their kiddos to school at 8 o'clock in the morning only to find police patrol cars outside of the schools and a badly translated sign on the door stating that school was closed for the day. Of course, a group of parents, not knowing what was going on, stood outside waiting with their kiddos until the principal at one of the local schools let them in and stated that there was an armed man loose and that they couldn't find him. And so the parents, of course, knowing that if that day they would have let their child walk to school by themselves, it was a huge safety issue for some of these parents, that there needs to be a better way of communication between that. And if those situations arise, how can we ensure that we're keeping the children and parents safe? Another aspect of it that they recommended was transparency on city processes. I think you guys do an awesome job of communicating with community members in Commerce City, but again, oftentimes the language barrier becomes an obstacle. So when it comes to police citations and procedures, how can we ensure that community members are aware of what is a rightful citation if they should be getting it, but also who can they talk to if they have an issue with that? Also, code enforcement came up a lot as well, where individuals didn't know oftentimes what are the enforcements and the code enforcements that they have to abide by, and how can they find this information out. And again, language barrier and translation was due to this. And then also transparency on city's relationship with immigration and customs and enforcement with ICE. I think that was one of the biggest barriers, obstacles for our Latino community in Commerce City, stating, knowing that they might be living in a mixed documentation household, but if they are witnessing a crime in their neighborhood or need to call police officers for a reason, they oftentimes get deterred from calling and communicating with police departments or city officials due to a lack of being scared. So oftentimes that may not happen. So also just verbally announcing what is the stance of the city on that issue. And then also transparency on city budget. This came back again to language access, to how can we ensure that we have these materials available in the language that people are comfortable with, so they can come up to city council meetings and ask questions. about some of the issues and/or budget line items that may arise for them. Also, some of the recommendations that came out of it were the inclusion of diverse community members in city meetings, events, plannings, and processes. So how can we ensure that we're engaging community members to be a part of these events that are taking place that the city's putting on, such as city meetings, events, and planning processes? One of the recommendations that came out of it, and this was probably the biggest one, was the continuation of the Latino Engagement Task Force. Individuals felt that the continuation of the Latino Engagement Task Force was vital and very important to the city in order to ensure that you're connecting with community members, in specific the Latino community, so they're able to feel that they are included and are able to have a voice at the table. Also, hosting culturally diverse events, and a bunch of them came up during that time frame of what those could be. But people said being able to be a part of these committees that plan events, that would be fantastic. And development of a recommendation and complaint system like the Denver 311 system. That came up due to the complaints that maybe some of the task force members stated of not being felt welcome while coming into the city, civic center, and or being approached by police officers that they felt were out of line. I'm willing to take in questions. And sorry, I forgot one of the major ones as well, was to improve the rapport between the Latino community and the police department. That was, I think that conversation could have been our whole 6 months, and we really had to hone in on 1 month of it. So how can we ensure that we're creating targeted outreach events for the Latino community? One of the examples that came up was the bicycling with the police officers. A lot of the community members stated that they were aware that this was happening, but oftentimes they did not feel welcome, nor did they want to attend those events due to the fact that they may not have bilingual police officers there, and that, again, it was a relationship potential with ICE, and they didn't want to put themselves or their families at risk. Also, a stated policy around, as I mentioned, the communication with ICE, and a 911 awareness marketing campaign also. I think this was kind of an eye-opener for me as well while we were talking during the Latino Engagement Task Force, was that a lot of individuals in the community were not aware that 911 was a single phone number to call, regardless of it being an emergency or non-emergency. So a lot of community members expressed concerns of them not wanting to call 911 and not being able to find the non-emergency number. And when city staff during this meeting stated that 911 was the number to call regardless of emergency or non-emergency, there was some reluctancy to it, stating that they have just been used to calling 911 only for emergencies. So I think communicating to community and to the greater community that it's okay to call and that they won't be tying up the line for important issues or non-important issues. And then we also, we understand that some of these recommendations, some of them are short-term recommendations and some are long-term recommendations. And some of these recommendations also we might need to dive a little deeper into it to figure out what are the solutions for it. But I think some of the prioritized recommendations that we put forth are the city department's statewide policy and stated values on inclusion, including clarity about documentation status of community members as well. So that relationship with ICE and how can we ensure that we have a stated value and philosophy system for community members, again, to ensure that all city employees are being held accountable and community members feel that they are being supported. And also steps towards language access recommendations, and especially bilingual hiring. Again, ensuring that we have bilingual staff in departments, in the various different departments, to ensure that community members are able to communicate in their language about issues that they might have in whatever department it is that they need to reach out to. And then also the continuation of the Latino Engagement Task Force. I think this is a viable way where we can get long-term solutions and continue working collaboratively to ensure that we're continuing to be a welcoming community as Commerce City and an ever-growing community as well. Now I'm going to hand it over to Michelle to finish.
So I think one of the things that we did after we got this great report in the city manager's office is we were directed to look at what could we do now, and then what could we do as part of our work plan for 2017. So what we've done so far this year is really looking at that bilingual staff requirement versus a preference. When open positions become available, it gives us an opportunity, as we always do, to look at what is the role of that position, what's the right frame of that position, but what we've also started looking at is it a bilingual requirement or is it a bilingual preference? A great example is we recently had a vacancy at the front desk reception area, and working with the city clerk's office and human resources, we made a decision to make that a bilingual requirement. So we now have an employee who's fully bilingual and bicultural, who gives us a great presence at the front desk and allows us to start to rebuild some of that trust at the front desk level. And hopefully throughout the city we'll continue that. Another thing we've been testing is social media posts, both in English and Spanish. You've seen some of those come out. We're working on how that works. I would like to tell you there's some magic social media methodology to that, but it's not. So we've been talking to Cultivando and other experts as to how those messages get shared. Interim Deputy Chief Smith's been working on improving and translating Civic Center signage as part of an overall strategy to improve the signage in this building. So when people come in, they see there's a welcome sign, they see there's an information desk, and we start to let people know more visibly that we do have bilingual staff and we're ready to provide support. And then a couple weeks ago, the city manager put out an administrative statement that essentially codified the existing practices that our police department already employs relative to ICE. So we're trying to make those improvements. As we move forward into 2017, the current work plan currently talks about increasing the availability of our Spanish language, both digitally and print. We're shifting to a different website provider that will have better integration with Google and also Google Translate, and also looking at how we better provide mobile access, which has long been, as some of you know, been an issue. So we've gone through a procurement and we'll be changing that. And then we're also looking at, we do a lot of our big print materials, but then how do we make sure that some of our smaller pieces are bilingual as well? We're proposing to continue the LET because we find that there's tremendous value when we hear some great two-way dialogue, so we'd like to move that forward. And then we're also looking at language access not only through our telephone systems. If you're going to tell people to press 2 for Spanish or another language, you have to have someone who's able to pick up that phone. And so we're looking at how we can include that as well as other opportunities for interpretation as we move forward. So those are some of the things that you'll see in the 2017 work plan as we move forward. There you go. I'll let you close it out. Thank you.
And so with closing, again, I really want to thank the city. I want to thank Brian McBroom, Michelle Hosted, and the rest of the Commerce City staff and employees for allowing Cultivando to be a part of this process and engaging community members and really showing them, actually showing us how great Commerce City is. As you can tell from the quotes from the final day, every community member had positive and raving things to say about Commerce City, and they're choosing the city to live in. And they want to continue to be a part of the city in whatever way possible. So with the continuation of LET, there was real excitement in the community to continue pushing this agenda forward, to ensuring that there's collaboration and everyone's working together to ensure that we're creating an inclusive and diverse community that welcomes all individuals. I'll take any questions if you guys have any.
Great. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the presentation. Looks like the city's already acting on a lot of the recommendations. And, of course, we want everybody to feel comfortable in our community. I go and engage on a regular basis. Matter of fact, one of the ladies that was here the night of the council meeting when the Latino task force came in, I ran into her up at El Gaito getting some tacos. She came over and talked to me. And yeah, there was still a language barrier, but she at least knew who I was, and I knew who she was, and it was a great interaction. So thanks for coming in. I'm going to go to the council for any questions or comments. Mr. Bullock.
I want to thank you for coming in, and I'm really thankful for the information you just gave us, because it's going to make us a better council and a better city if we're able to engage in all the recommendations that were brought forth. It's in the closing, the last comment that the city needs to continue to authentically engage the Latino community by building trust first. You know, I understand that first part of it. It's the last about 10 words but fear will still keep us from attending meetings. How do we build that trust if you aren't going to be there? And trust starts with you coming and making sure that it's a two-way street and the dialogue and everything is working in both people's behalf. So that is going to be one big hurdle we have to get over, because we can't build the trust through flyers. We are going to have to build it face to face. So that's something I look forward to doing. And if you have any great recommendations on how to do that and alleviate that fear, please let me know about that also. But thank you for the presentation. It really was helpful.
Thank you.
Mr. McEldowney.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, sorry, Alejandra.
Alejandra, thank you.
My apologies.
I appreciate the presentation tonight, and obviously the work of staff and Cultivando in helping to bring these conversations to bear. I think, much of what I heard, frustratingly, is not unique to the Latino community. The concerns about transparency, understanding the functions of the city, these are common threads that exist in our world. And I've had repeat conversations with former council member Moreno about that very thing. In fact, Mr. Moreno tried to drive an initiative to require high school graduates to complete the citizenship test so that they had effectively just making sure that we're formalizing that civics role that just is absent in our community these days. So it's frustrating that we don't have that understanding in the community in general. It's doubly challenging when we have the trust factor that you've highlighted in your presentation. And I too zeroed in on the comment, or the comments that Mr. Bullock did about the gap. And so certainly, we can say we want to do these things, and we can, say that all we want, but if the trust isn't there, then it's sort of a one-sided deal. And so I think the only way this makes sense is if the Latino Task Force maintains its presence. Effectively, again, my read here, see if this makes sense, is until the trust is there, we need the proxy of you, right, and Cultivando and staff to have these one-off conversations with a small group of the community, and we have to hope and trust that they will help communicate to the rest of the community that things are improving, or that things are maybe better than they realize them to be. And I think that, again, to me is, I'd love to see it, sort of flip a switch and see things magically better overnight. I know that's not realistic. So I'm fully supportive of seeing this continue. I think the challenge, again, to my earlier comment, is in general making sure we have people engaged. We struggle mightily to see people show up and engage in the process. We try and do everything we can to scream from the top of the building that we want to invite people into the conversation. And so I'm excited to have this avenue to bring this part of our community into the conversation. I could go on all night, and I won't. There were a couple of things that I wanted to just quickly ask about, and if you don't have examples offhand, that's fine. We can find out later. I was really puzzling over the materials and the bilingual materials, because that's one of the things that I know staff has made an effort for. And in all honesty, in 9.5 years on council, I look back and I can't recall a document that hasn't been produced bilingually in terms of English front, Spanish back, or otherwise. And in fact, I was just trying to search on the city website for materials, and even the newspaper, and you gave the example of people seeing the cover in English and not realizing that if they flip it over, it's in Spanish. That goes back to my earlier comment about we put that in every mailbox in the city, and I am boggled at how many people put that in the trash and don't read it and ask questions that we have put information in. So again, to me, less about a Latino-specific issue and more about people being committed to being, we as members of a community, regardless of how we find ourselves in a community, have to be committed to being a member of the community and playing an active role. And so I would ask personally that the message go back that we all have a duty and a responsibility to be an active member, and it's not okay to just sort of be on the sideline and then throw, bombs, if you will, that things don't work when we've not taken the time to learn. And so my hat's off to the people that have come to the table and are engaging in these conversations, because it is, I think, any of us that have gotten involved in this community find it amazing how one small step puts you square in the middle of the process. It's not like federal and state legislation. I mean, you are literally in the middle of it by showing up. And so that's something that I try and communicate widely. So let me pause on that one because I have one more question about the public safety piece.
Yeah. So I think you bring up a very valid question, but I think we also have to understand that culturally, when we start talking about marketing and outreach materials, we have to start thinking about what is culturally relevant as well. Mm-hmm. So it may be that mainstream may be used to newspapers, and I think a lot of times you oftentimes have local immigrants that may be coming from Latin American countries and or other countries, and they may not have access to newspapers read on an everyday basis, and they might not know what information's on it and or use that as their primary way of getting information. I think that's why some of the recommendations as far as the cultural, what are some of the better methods to reach the Latino community, a lot of them were the radio station. Mm-hmm. It was television. How can we engage the news station as well? And how can we use our local schools and neighbors, friends, to get that information, because within the Latino community, that's one of the biggest ways that individuals get their information. But I think there's also validity to also ensuring that the community, what is in the newspaper as well, and if that information is relevant to community members and what they want to see.
Yeah.
Hi, Erin Mooney. I just wanted to help answer that question also. And going back to the quote that Mr. Bullock and you pointed out, the fear is in this community, in Commerce City, a whole lot of the families that live here are in a form of mixed documentation status, which means that maybe the kids have their documentation, maybe one of the adults does. Most of our families are in some sort of waiting period, and that means they've applied, they've paid, and there are not enough visas available from every country. If you come from Sweden and you apply, it'll be about 18 months tops. If you come from Mexico or the Philippines and apply legally, you pay your dues, you do all the paperwork, you have a lawyer file them, it could be up to 18 years. Right. And so we have a whole lot of families in Commerce City that live in that status. And so this issue of fear, the city has already done an incredible step of helping to address it by saying out loud, we are not interested in documentation status unless you commit a felony. Right. And just saying that, and the more often you can say that, the more often the city says, you are welcome here, please come to our meetings, your kids are welcome in our schools, we are not interested in documentation status unless you commit a felony. And you'll find that Latino families very much want to be involved in their kids' lives. They very much want to be involved in schools. But that fear is a very real thing, and it comes from a whole long history of there have been ICE raids outside of schools. There have been ICE raids in medical clinics. There have been ICE raids in cities, and so that fear is well-founded. It's not made up. And so the more that the city can say, and then have a policy, and then be able to tell the police officers, we do not refer to ICE unless someone commits a felony. That will go so far, and there are studies from all over around how much that simple step did to increase trust and build relationships and increase participation in civic engagement.
Thank you for that. My last piece was regarding the example of the public safety lockdown issue. I don't know that I see this as much as a Latino issue as I do a falling down of the school district in having an effective way to communicate that information. And I'll just use the example of, I'm a parent in Commerce City. My child attends a different school district, but anytime there's an item like that, there is a text message, there is electronic communication that goes out to parents of the impacted school. So through the means that that district has, that communication happens. And not only do I get a text message, I get a phone call and a voicemail at my home that tells me that that's happening. And oh, by the way, they do the same thing if a specific bus route that I'm tied into has a delay. So to me, that is a technology matter that I would see make great sense for Cultivando to help advocate for with the school district. I know Aaron has great background on the efforts that we've tried to undertake with building relationships with the district and the challenges that we've seen in that regard. I can tell you that we talk about it all the time in terms of what we can do to try and help improve that. And I think our commitment to the SRO programs and otherwise are just pieces of that. But I'd be interested in understanding what other function or role that there's a sense that we should be playing in that example of public safety, police, school, beyond the sort of communicating the policy that Aaron just spoke to, or is there an expectation that the city is in some way responsible for communicating that kind of lockdown situation or otherwise? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think it's a communication issue, and we've all struggled with the school district. But it's an opportunity. Parents want to be so involved in their kids' schools, and they want to know their kids are safe. And if we can get the school district to come to that table and to come to that communication table and really work out a safety plan and make sure that those texts are bilingual and make sure that the signage is going to be correct, it'll go a long way. If we can get the schools on board, it's a great opportunity because parents really, really are involved and want to be more involved there. And so if we can work on that relationship, it's a good opportunity for the city to also build relationships and the communication piece with in emergency situations. We've seen, issues that we could sit down earlier and have a better safety plan that we know is bilingual, that we know is going to reach folks, that we know isn't going to go awry.
Okay. I've taken a ton of time. My last piece of comment, and it ties into your example there with the district and the Latino task force in the city. I guess the thing that I see in terms of if this body is going to stay in action, then to me it makes sense. I'm looking at a member of the water board who's in the audience tonight. When I think about relationships, we have a general challenge in the community, and I know the district is working on community outreach with the community in general and communication, making sure that they are in, part of that conversation, that the fire department is part of that conversation. So if you've got these people together and they're now involved and fired up, how do we parlay that into expanding the dialogue into each of those key community partners so it's not just the city? I know we struggle all the time with sort of finding that we stop here and then somebody else starts there, and how do we bridge that conversation? And so wherever we can try and bring those conversations together sooner, to me would make sense, because if we're going to talk about, if we're getting the sentiments from the community on shortcomings in communication, well, who else is in need of communicating to the community, and why would we try and solve for one part of it and not the other, or at least share those findings so that the other entities have the opportunity to take action or not, if that makes sense.
So I think we should have mentioned that originally when we were doing the application process and the outreach for individuals to apply for the Latino Engagement Task Force, ultimately we decided with 12 participants in the task force, but we had about 18 applicants that applied for it. So you have community members in the Latino community who are invested, interested, and have been a part of the community and have been taking leadership roles. Mm-hmm. But I think just introducing them into the process and getting that sense of knowledge from them, of them understanding how the city works, I think that's oftentimes a fear among the community as well. And not only the Latino community, but oftentimes when you walk into a new setting in a new environment where you may not know somebody, oftentimes the fears drive you to not want to participate just because you don't know somebody. So I think it's definitely just that building the rapport. And as Aaron has mentioned, this Latino Engagement Task Force has reinforced that notion that city staff is willing to help support and these community members, and they are taking this message out to the community, to their neighbors, their friends, saying, hey, I had a super great experience walking into the city, and I know this person that can help me if I know I can't find somebody that will help me right away. So it's having that relationship with individuals out in the community and that access.
Awesome.
And none of them were committed, none of them said, it has to be me. They just said that this is the start. We've just scratched the tip of the iceberg of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So to stop now would feel, so they said, it doesn't need to be me. I know 5 other people that would be great for this. Or, my husband would do it if it fell at a time that he could, but it didn't. There are a lot of folks that would love to be involved in conversations like this. And like I said, we've and you guys have pointed out, we've scratched the surface. And so it needs to be an ongoing a dialogue, positive, solutions-focused, not, the city didn't do this or doesn't do this, but what can we do together?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I keep seeing Mr. Cerna's hand go up and down. I'm not ignoring you, Guillermo. I want to get through the presentation and the question and answer if you'll just give me a few minutes. Mr. Amador.
First and foremost, I want to thank you, Aaron and Alejandra, and the work that Cultivando has taken on, along with the presentation from the Latino Engagement Task Force. Huge steps. The data provided to us here is truly the tip of the iceberg. I've heard a lot of conversation and dialogue go back and forth about where we are as a city and the community relations, whether you were here for citizens communications or any other part of the meeting. We're always looking to improve those relationships. With that being said, I'll be brief that I think that us as counselors sitting here, and I'll speak for myself and I won't speak for the whole council, but I think what I've heard is that we want to improve on our messaging and what it means to feel safe within our community, whether it is from the police department all the way up through coming to City Hall. And what I can tell you is that I've experienced being in the building department and watching our city planners try to communicate in Spanish, whether it was their first language or not, at least making the attempt. And I see in some of our hiring practices, this is starting to shift a little bit, again, with the example of we have someone sitting at the front counter that can at least direct you in the right direction, whether it's in English or Spanish or whatever those languages may be. So it's a start, and I think for us being a diverse community and where we're at, our message for us can be improved. So that's what I will say. Thank you.
Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation tonight. It's very helpful to get the statistics of our community. And obviously growing up in the community, and I'm Latina, I don't speak Spanish as well as I should, and for that I'm pretty shameful. But on another note, I know that the city has made great strides to bridge that gap of communication with our residents. And what I would suggest, I was sitting here thinking about things that where we could have just, I'm looking at avenues of communication, like for instance, this evening we had a tremendous turnout for our art show. Maybe it would have been helpful to have had someone to maybe translate a few of the speeches that we had this evening in Spanish for those who maybe just really didn't understand the whole program itself. I know that we have our telephone town halls that we conduct on a regular basis. Maybe this would be something that we can consider, one translated in Spanish. Just we have the invitation for people to call in, and that they don't have to feel afraid because they're calling from the comforts of their own home. They can ask questions that they may not normally want to ask in a public setting. Another one is maybe in correlation with this presentation this evening, maybe a gathering of some sorts where we have the residents come in, see a council meeting in action, as with the presentation like this one this evening, but the opportunity to ask some questions and obviously have someone available, maybe not myself, maybe Andrew, I don't between the two of us, but no, to be able to answer their questions and try to provide the information, but to also help them to feel comfortable. And so I know it's been something that has been in the works for several years, but we just keep missing that puzzle piece. And so I would invite Mayor to maybe suggest some other things in correlation to what I've just suggested. If there was anything, I think the telephone town hall is probably the one that's on the top of my list. And what the dynamics of that looks like, I'm not quite certain, but it would be nice to at least say, okay, well, maybe every other month or every quarter we'll do one or conduct one in Spanish to have those residents participate and find out what is it that you need from us. Another thing was maybe like the traveling road show that we did for the 2K projects. It might be something like where we could maybe gather at an area where you would have a larger group of Latino residents to be able to, and not necessarily like a city function, but for instance, myself and Senator Moreno were invited to a business. And between the two of us, we spoke enough Spanish to get us through the night, but people were very appreciative that we were there and actually didn't know what our roles were within the community. And so that was one way. They were making an effort, we were making an effort, so there was some trust, I felt, built within that just small time frame. So I know those are just some ideas. I'm just kind of throwing those out there. So
they're great ideas, all of them.
Okay.
Great ideas. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to support with any of them.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate the information.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, ladies, very much for the presentation. That was great to hear observation, especially from the summer. I've been in the council since 2011. This has always been a topic of discussion. Barriers, taking those walls down, making it more of an inclusive city. I can tell you, I go to the 14 out of 14 school board meetings, and I sit there and listen. And there is someone there who translates for the board members up the dais for the Spanish-speaking people in the audience. And I think that's great. And I always asked them when someone from the city comes in and partakes in a meeting, that they introduce us. Let us know. Let the public know that there's a city council member attending a school board meeting, and it's our job to get out there and get involved to get to know the community, and it's a challenge. We're going in 2017, and still we have not reached into our Channel 8 channel. We just came in agreement with Comcast in the 2015 for 16, going forward with different channels as far as high definition, the analog right now, and what type of communication platform we have to have in order for that to work. And I think, with the population of Spanish folks we have here, that could be part of that as well. And then I was going to bring that up. I'm glad the Councilwoman Elliott brought that up about our telephone town hall meeting on December 21st. I had that on my list as well. And we just had one 2 months ago that included a Twitter question and a Facebook question. And I think it'd be nice for December 21st if we could have a Spanish question. Just one question that would be be great to integrate that. It was new for our Twitter and our Facebook question. Just to let people know, and I know that there's been really some good efforts on the city. We've had some, there was a grant that was out there, I think from City of Boulder. We had it at Adams City High School. And just prior for me getting on City Council at the old high school. And to get the Spanish community to come in and be part of the discussion. Not too many people came to those meetings with the fear of what you just talked about. Derby Resource, there were some meetings. They invited the Spanish community. Same thing. People didn't show up. They didn't know if things were set up to take them away, or they were not comfortable. And it also takes us to make the community feel comfortable of who we are as well. And this chamber is the city. People can come in here and listen without the fear of coming here and not going home. So we're working on that. And I think, and I don't want to say there's been a lot of things in the last few weeks that have brought that conversation to the surface. And I believe we're working on our relationship with our citizens to make things more comfortable, inclusiveness. And no matter where we go, it's a struggle all around the country, not just with the Latino community, but with other ethnicities as well. And so we want to make this a very welcoming city for people who live here and people who want to make this their home. And, we're here to learn. We do make mistakes, and we're trying to make sure there is understanding that we're going to grow together and there's no separation. And it takes a willingness and a sacrifice for people to feel comfortable. So we are, through 2017 and beyond, we're going to make that effort, and you'll see that gap disappear because we all want a community, but we need to illustrate that. And I don't think we have done a very good job in the past, but give us some time and we'll get there.
And I think, as other council members have pointed out, this happens in partnership. This isn't a one-sided issue. This is a two-sided issue, a 20-sided issue, and we all have to show up, and we all make mistakes, and it's a long process.
Right.
This isn't overnight the city became inclusive.
Right.
This is it takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes falling, and it takes getting back up again. But I think you guys should be incredibly proud of yourselves. You're doing some really forward-thinking things right now, and you have an incredible leadership staff who are smart and forward-thinking and have been incredible to work with. And as the Latino Engagement Task Force got the opportunity to get to know them, they said, wow, this is our city manager, this is our communications team, we're headed in the right direction.
Okay. That's good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I have you step down, I'm going to allow Mr. Cerna. Not normally would I do this, but Mr. Cerna's had his hand up in the back. I know he's passionate about the issue. Mr. Cerna, if there's something you'd like to add, now's the time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
While Mr. Cerna is coming forward, I'd like to acknowledge that Mr. Cerna is one of the reasons we have a Latino Engagement Task Force. He's been a big supporter of this effort.
And I want to thank all of you for the efforts, including the report. I agree with everything that they're saying. One thing that you have to remember, and that this may help you define what you're looking for, is you got generations of people that have come in, depending on when they came in. We have to find out where the people are coming from. Not just say Latino. Complication is, what is Latino? It's Mexican, Salvadorian, Chilean, Peruvian, Brazilian, because it encompasses 2 languages, Colombian, Uruguayan. It's Latin communities that communicate But each one of these people that have come in different types, in different generations, have their own culture. This is what we have to find out. And it's a matter of just asking and communicating on a one-to-one basis. When a policeman, carries on a conversation, ¿Cómo estás? It's helpful. When we say that we want to work with the school district, they're doing some of this already. And it can work because of the interpretation that's there. And it's too bad that the district had to go through the feds, in order to get this to happen. And what you're doing here is great because, you're not going to go through that. This city, the more homes you build, up until you reach that last one in the city, you're going to need that workforce, one way or the other. And they're here. But it's in respecting where the people are coming from. It's okay to say, let's have a gathering with the Salvadorian community. Let's have a gathering with the Mexican, and let's have a gathering of the third, fourth, fifth generations that have been here before they got here. You have to remember that Commerce City went from 2% to 52%, in less than, let's say, 15, 20 years. What created that? The migrant, in perspective of the old city, moving up north. And the workforce that we needed to get that done. 3 to 4 to build one home. And it's in respecting that they have something to contribute. And it's not just realizing, but respecting that value there. In turn, we respect and we build trust. I've been at this since 1940. And it took a long time for me to trust the city council. But now that you're diverse, hey, there's a meaning to that. That work that we did, those struggles, and knowing that those decisions are starting to bubble and flourish, keep it going. I'm getting old. I can't make all these cotton picking meetings. But there's other young people there from different countries that we have to understand that we have to live together. And we have to understand that they're children. We say, what do they fear? Well, the fear that if they get caught, irregardless, at that meeting or whatever, because it's happened somewhere else, which you mentioned, is the fact that if they're a resident and they're getting ready to put their paperwork in or in the process of getting their citizenship in, they lose it all. And then they have to leave and their children have to stay here. That's a heck of a fear for these people. But it's in respecting their value and how can we work together to eventually have all of them become citizens. And I respect what you did in perspective to the process with ICE in not helping the feds do what they want to do. And it's not a safe city. It's just respecting people for the amount of time they have been here and the amount of time that they have put into this nation. Right or wrong, it was on both sides, both in industry and themselves for being here, but most important, the industries that gave them those jobs and took away and took away and took away. It's that determination of wanting this nation and what it offers them that they are looking for, and they found it. My children have got to learn that in perspective, okay? Because they don't understand those struggles, okay? And they still fear that they're going to take the jobs away. No, they don't. No, they're not. They're just wanting to be able to dream the same way everybody else does. They want what's best for their children, and they're able, we say, get them to the meetings or get them to do this or get them. Well, right now they're doing 3 or 4 jobs sometimes to be able to give their children that were born here to do that. So I respect what you did in perspective to that. Okay, and I respect the report that they're doing, but it's not going to happen in 1 year. It may take 2 or 3 more councils to be able to reach what you want, because that's just the beginning. What comes is the businesses that they're able to produce. And I hate to do it this way, but that's the importance of rebuilding Derby. These people at that time wanted challenges. All the restaurants that are there, they want the American or Italian or French restaurants to come in to the city. And if we provide that, it's more value to the city, okay? And it makes it a lot more beautiful. So to me, I want to thank everybody for doing that. But don't give up on the community as a whole. Because each one of those nations, whether they're refugees, running away from being killed or whatever, they have to have a place to go sometimes. And sometimes refugees are even more so. And how we treat them here. A lot of them lose their families to be here and then regroup. A lot of them have gone through so much that we couldn't even gander what they really went through. So, and it's not just the Latino community, it's the new populations that are coming in. And I respect for what you're doing with this, and give them the resources to go for more grants, to be able to get and help you get this done. And that's why you're up there. It's a community. We have the most opportune time to build a city that everybody can really look up to and say, this is what it was, this is what it is, and it's great. So thank you for your time and giving them that opportunity. Okay? So thank you.
Thanks, Guillermo.
Thank you.
And thank you for the presentation. All right. Moving on in the agenda. Next item is administrative business. I'm going to ask the city manager if he has any, or staff has any administrative business for council consideration.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ford. We do have one item. It's timely that there was discussion earlier about conflicts at 104th and UP Railroad. We did receive a request last week from CDOT to support their 2017 Fast Lane grant application. They're only submitting one application to the federal government this year for Fast Lane funds. The U.S. Highway 85 corridor is that request for 2017. CDOT would like our support, but time is of the essence. The application would need to be submitted before the next council meeting on December 19th. So in the interest of time, Ms. DeAndre is here to walk you through some basic information, and then we would be interested in knowing if City Council would be willing to support CDOT's grant application. So with that, I'll turn it over to Maria.
Yeah, Maria?
Yes, thank you, Mr. McBroom. So as Brian mentioned, we were approached just last week by CDOT to ask for City Council support of this Fast Lane grant. If you recall, they put in a very similar grant back in April of this year, of which we were notified kind of late in the process. So this is, the Fast Lane program is a grant program over 5 years and estimated to fund at about $4.5 billion. There's very strict requirements of how many grants can be applied by each state or by various entities. And as Brian mentioned, there's one large one that's being considered by CDOT. The minimum grant amount has to be a request for over $100 million. And then I believe there's a smaller one that's going in too that fits a different criteria that's about $5 million, which I think is down in La Plata or somewhere. So, and the reason that CDOT is talking to us, so $850 million is available for this next round. The grant notification came out like in late October, and again, we were notified just recently by CDOT that they're putting in a very similar application to what they had submitted back in April. And I'll talk a little bit about the details in a minute. But it does include the interchange at US 85 and 104th Avenue. And really the reason why CDOT is focused on this project in particular is that they want to solve that larger right-of-way issue with Union Pacific. And if you recall, the concern is that a good portion of US 85 all the way up to the Wyoming border is located within railroad right-of-way. And so they've worked out, CDOT has worked out a resolution with Union Pacific to actually pay them for that right-of-way, but put those dollars, estimated about $30 million, back into the corridor so that it really comes out as a win-win. And so Union Pacific has a large voice then in what types of improvements they would like to see. And so again, based on their analysis, Union Pacific is saying that there's a great deal of benefit to them by constructing an interchange at 85 and 104th Avenue. So that's kind of the reasoning behind the request. Applications are due on the 15th, and so they would like our letters of support early next week at the very latest. Just a couple of other comments. So we did meet with CDOT last Thursday. Commissioner D'Orisio from Adams County was also in attendance, as well as the city of Thornton. We did bring up the option of possibly including the interchange at 120th and US 85 in the application as well. And after discussion, we arrived at consensus that it was really probably too late at this point to put in a good application that would actually garner some support at the federal level. So instead, what we've talked about, so after, if you recall, after the April application, CDOT did commit to putting out or starting a process to complete 30% design for that section of US 85 from I-76 to 124th Avenue. They are soliciting proposals for those design services right now. They're due right before Christmas, and we as staff will have an opportunity to review those and provide comments on who will be selected. So they are still very much committed to that process, as well as continuing the discussions about how we fund 120th Avenue interchange and how we move that forward. So if this, for example, this grant application was not successful, they've committed to coming back to the drawing board and talking with us. Does it make more sense as we go through this analysis to possibly put 120th Avenue interchange as a higher priority? And our concern expressed by Commerce City as well as Adams County is that if the grant was successful and the interchange at 104th Avenue is built, does that make the priority of 120th that much lower? And so we don't want that to get lost as we move forward. So a lot of background. I'm happy to answer questions. Just to talk a little bit about the overall application, they are anticipating again that it'll be very similar to the one in April, just because there was such a short timeline to put it together. So that consists of about 5 roadway projects, one of which would be the intersection of interchange at 104th Avenue, as well as several up through the corridor up into Greeley, and then 6 rail projects, again, kind of scattered throughout the corridor. Overall, it totals just about $110 million, of which 40 to 50 million would come from CDOT. So they looked back at the previous opportunity as well and said, where's that right funding balance in terms of how much local money has to come to it to be more successful in getting the grant application. And so they think that's kind of the sweet spot, is trying to hit at least 50 to 60% funding level by the locals in order to get that match. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. McElveen.
I want to try and be constructive, but I'm having a really hard time with this. We've talked as a council about our frustrations with CDOT going off and developing these plans without local input. And to me, the US 85 corridor project and the realization that they were focusing on this 104th and Highway 85 node without our understanding or input or otherwise makes it really difficult to sign on and say, yes, go off and pursue this. Because if I were to say yes, and then a resident of Bell Creek or a business owner in that area finds out that we've advocated for this corridor, I don't have an ability to defend that support. I am very concerned about the item that you raised, which is if this gets funded, what is the impact on 120th? Because again, what's happened with CDOT planning in a vacuum is that they're not looking at the regional picture other than the railroad impact and the influence of the railroad relative to US 85. And we're sitting here looking at all the examples we heard from Mr. Murray and otherwise tonight, which is we can't move people efficiently east and west in our community. And this doesn't have the same impact because it's going to have somebody land, just like they do today, at Highway 2 and 104th, and they're going to be blocked, right? So we can fix 104th and 85 all we want. We still are we're still broken in terms of free movement east-west. And so I will not support advocating for this intersection over 120th. I think we have to be resolute in the fact that our priority is to create one corridor through Commerce City, northern Adams, this portion of Adams County, that can move freely east and west, good services, people and otherwise, public safety that is not impeded by the railroad. And until and unless that happens, I can't advocate for 104th, especially knowing how much we've already invested in that corridor. And then to add to that, the conversations that we had when we last spoke about this corridor, that I think there are other opportunities to approach the engineering of this area that, to me, continue to make better sense than completely blowing up this area with an interchange that will completely change the world for the folks that live in Bell Creek and in that area. It will be effectively like having, pick a major interchange and dropping that in somebody's backyard. And I'm not okay advocating for that until and unless the community is made aware of it. And the fact that CDOT is at the point of this that they are and going to seek grant dollars and effectively try to fast track a project of this nature, and there has been zero outreach to the people that live in direct proximity to that corridor, that's a problem, right? Yeah, we've had elected officials at the table, but even that input has been minuscule in terms of producing this prioritization. So I'll just stop it there and say I'm not in support of advocating for this without advocating for 120th in a more aggressive manner.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Is the plans that we saw a couple months ago, is that what's in play? Because they really didn't come down on choosing one of those options. There was options out there, but not one was chosen.
Correct. There has not been an option chosen. They're just calling it an interchange. So if, for example, they were successful, then further design and analysis would have to take place to determine the best design for the interchange.
Based on past experience I've seen with cities and all that, I'd hate to throw away the opportunity, but also like to have our city engage in a conversation more of a deep dive instead of saying, hey, this is what you guys get, because we have priorities as well. We have identified those, and we have taken very expensive measurements to take care of those issues. One of them was the widening 104th to make the traffic flow a lot better, and we still have room to play there. So I would advocate that if we're going to do this, that 120th can't be an oversight. It has to be part of this plan, because this makes it more feasible to have more dollars into the situation, and then maybe the 120th 85 corridor option will get done sooner than later with those federal dollars, knowing that this is going to take some time, and include the community and really look at what is a win situation, because we just invested $7 million, and what's the payback that's going to be. And I hate to have others speak for us, and if we don't be part of this letter, are they just going to go over our heads and do it anyway? That's another thing too. Is this going to be forced for us to do this? Just say, hey, this is what the state's doing, and supersede us? Or really, are they taking into consideration us as a city? And if we don't sign on, it doesn't go anywhere. So, when I don't see that anywhere here, do you have an answer for?
Yes, they did indicate that whether we support it or not, they are planning to submit the grant application.
Okay. Well, on that note, I'd rather be part of the conversation so we can steer this for the best outcome for our citizens, especially in a corridor. I hate to see the businesses and the residents be impacted based on what the state wants to do and not what our priorities are.
Mr. Bullock.
Yes, I'm going to tag along on what Mr. McAdowney said. I have been on this corridor 85 since Tom Norton was in charge of CDOT. And it seems like at none of the given times has anything that we've said as a city been considered. Well, now the railroad comes along, and their considerations seem to weigh the most on what this whole decision is going to be based on. In their consideration on doing this intersection, have they thought about giving us back our money that we spent on that intersection to reimburse us for the work we did, or the work that is going west of there, coming up from the Platte River? They just put in off-ramp on the 76. It seems to me that nothing is considered except what the railroad wants. And tagging on to what Mr. McAdowney said, 120th is crucial with us. It's a corridor that moves traffic in our city, and it helps our residents. Putting that interchange right there at 104th, with or without us, what they basically said, if they didn't get the grant before, they knew that they were going to do this again anyway. So they have plenty of time to come to us, sit with us in a study session, sit with us in a council meeting, and explain to us why this is going to benefit the whole region. They haven't done that. What they've done is saying, we're going to put in for this grant with or without you. And we know you just finished up doing this road, and we know you have a developer on the south side of the road that is looking at projects. Basically, and we know that we just finished an interchange, but we don't care. This is important to the railroad. It doesn't seem to be important to anybody else except the railroad, because they're willing to forfeit everybody else's work for this. I can't, in good conscience, for the people that live on the west side of 85, say that this is going to benefit Commerce City in any way, form, or fashion, sign my name to this letter. And as long as I've been trying to explain to them what benefits us, and it seems like it doesn't matter, this is the time I can say what benefits you, it doesn't matter to me either. If I said any more, I'd probably get in trouble, so I'm going to stop now.
Mr. Amador.
Thank you. So, as I always say, time is a very real factor. And here we are at the last moment, being asked to sign a letter of support. And when I look at the graphic, can we just scroll back to the graphic real quick? Here with a dot that says 1 in Commerce City and 1 and 2. And there's a whole bigger picture as we zoom out. And so I'm going to just kind of calmly say, okay, I don't know what the conversation is with 1 in the green dot. And the 1 and 2 is, I'm assuming, the railroad, correct? Yeah, there we go. In the event that this thing gets funded, and so regardless if Commerce City signs on or not, they will move forward and say, ask for the ask. And so the conversations don't become real until a project is funded. And so, or at least the conversation is real, the project is not real until it's funded. And so I'm struggling a little bit about how Commerce City fits in with an environmental impact statement and what that looks like if funding is approved. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
Sorry. Yes. So they would have to go through the full NEPA process. We know, I've studied a little bit some of the documentation in the Dr. Cog's 2040 Regional Transportation Plan and their vision plan. So we know that there's some issues with environmental justice in the area. So they would likely have to at least do a categorical exclusion, if not a full environmental analysis for the area, or environmental assessment. We would be, since it's in the city, we would be a partner to that, and similar to this PEL document that we're working through now, I believe we would be a signatory to that and would have the opportunity to withhold that signature and go through a process to kind of challenge that if we wanted to.
So my concern is that if we decide or to sign on to go get the dollars on the federal level, there's a couple of conversations at least that are really bright in my mind. But I'm concerned about the residents that have purchased their homes there and decided that this is where they're going to raise their family, and bisecting some of the communities that are there with what we've seen as a potential railroad plan and what that looks like. We know that, and we've studied this in the legislative committee as well, that potentially the environmental aspects under the new administration may lose some momentum, and I'll kind of leave that there of whatever that looks like. And so is this one of those opportunities to somewhat take out the NEPA process in this? And so I don't know what that looks like. And in my mind, I'm struggling. Is someone operating in a bubble to get us to make some decisions that we don't have all the information, and I don't feel that we have all the information. And so right now the ask is, do we sign on, yes, or do we not? And so I'll just leave that there, and I want to listen to more of the dialogue that's out here before I would cast a vote.
I want to step into the conversation. I'll come back to you, Mr. McElhenney. I know you want to speak again. The whole thing is extremely frustrating to me because about a year ago, maybe not quite a year ago, we heard the last minute. The state has been working with Greeley. Everybody knew they were going forward with a grant, except for Commerce City and Adams County. They were unsuccessful. then I had the chance to sit down here at City Hall with some of the CDOT commissioners, and with City of Brighton and City of Thornton was there. I explained my frustrations that nobody had communicated with us. The entire process at that time smelled a lot like the mayor of Greeley, former CDOT commissioner, in tight with CDOT, going after an 85 grant to help Greeley, and they just needed more options. We didn't get communicated with. We spent $7 million of taxpayers' money on an intersection at 104th Avenue. And CDOT didn't bother even looking at what we were planning or what we did to come and say, hey, wait a second, we're potentially going to apply for a grant. Don't spend the money yet. But they applied for the grant. We didn't even know about it until after the fact. Now, this needs to be signed by the 15th of this month. I mean, we're less than 10 days from this needing to be signed off on by Commerce City. When I met with CDOT that day, I mentioned that our council's priority was 120th Avenue because it already was grade separated at the BNSF, and we needed that flow to be able to avoid any tracks going east and west through our community. They still said, we think 104th is the right intersection. Brighton and Thornton backed me up and said, we agree with the mayor, 120th Avenue is more important to us than 104th. So at that point in time, the state said, well, maybe we can work on both. However, our second need here to the state was 96th Avenue, grade separation of the UP. To me, this very much smells like Norton and the UP controlling what's going on. I'm in a pickle because if I can get the federal dollars spent in my community to improve infrastructure, I want that done. The downside is you can't just come and go, sign this that you're participating without knowing, without any communication of how it's going to work. We don't have a clue. Nobody's even come down here and talked to us. And it's extremely frustrating. With me and Rick serve on the NADA board. Rick's with Dr. Cog. We're accessible. I wonder how many meetings Norton has had with CDOT about grant applications. Did he get to have his council decide 5, 6, 7 days in advance of having to have a signature that they were going to support this? The downside to it is I don't want to not support CDOT because I need their support on 120th. But it doesn't feel like they're playing very fair. And so it's extremely frustrating to go, hey, you need to sign this, and sorry we haven't been down to talk to you. We didn't even get that. We didn't even get somebody sending a letter. I mean, this hit all of us stone cold tonight. And it is extremely frustrating. Now, will I take improvements at 104th if we can get a diverging diamond or whatever it is necessary to improve traffic flows? Absolutely. But without some other commitment towards 120th, it really puts all of us in a bad position, because I'm sitting here agreeing with council members saying, no, we haven't. Nobody's come and talked to us. This is really too short a notice. We need to have a discussion because 120th is our priority. But if we say, sorry, we're not going to sign on, what's our participation with 120th when we're ready to do 120th? How much are we going to lose with that relationship that we need on the state's end for permitting? So I feel like we're put in a catch-22. And yeah, we've talked about 85, where it's going to land. We know that the intersection's got to be shoved west from the Bell Creek entrance. We know that some of those businesses are going to be affected. We know Schlumberger's not going to have access. We know Hammer's going to lose his southeastern corner. I know some of those things, but I don't know. I know that for Hammer and access, we got to shove Bell Creek Boulevard further west. But is it far enough west for the landing of that flyover? How many of the homes and the water tank, and how much further west does it have to go? We know we're obligated to take and put in a signalized intersection at Brighton Road. We're on the hook right now to make those things happen. And CDOT hasn't been down here to even see what our plans are. We're just going to send a freight train through Commerce City, whether you like it or not, and if you don't sign on, guess what? I don't know if we're going to be able to I don't know if we're going to get the participation we need on the other end. In that meeting, the other thing that I felt like we were being blackballed on, which is extremely frustrating for me, is if UP invests into 120th, close 112th. That'll be part of the mandatory process, is close 112 with a fire station, with all the access necessary to the residential areas. And I don't know if it's worth it. But I also don't know where this community is going to come up with the money to do a flyover without having the partnership of the state and the UP. But I hate being put in that box that says, okay, you're probably going to have to give up 112th because the UP needs the rail line loading and staging and whatever it is that they need. But I can't believe they need it from 88th Avenue to 124th Avenue to help us get the transportation that the state's been lacking on putting into this community for far too long. And I hope someone from the state watches tonight's meeting and sees how frustrating this is. But I'm just telling you, after all the years I've been here, I pound them on 270 every time I see them. Is I-70 going to have funding? What are they going to do with the traffic when it hits, when they start doing construction? How are they going to help us with 56? How are they going to help us with 60th Avenue? My God, how long has 60th and 85 been a problem, let alone now 56th and 85 is a problem? And we had to do the divulsion on Highway 2 because they failed to maintain it. Now we're rebuilding it. Yeah, we got some money from them, but that road should have been built 10 years ago. And so, I feel like I'm put in a box and I don't have much of a choice but to support the grant to get the infrastructure that Commerce City's been lacking for far too long from the state. But I agree with my council members. I don't want to support it because they're not even considering us. They could care less based on the activity that they lack to have in our community. I'm going to be like Mr. Bullock, and if I continue, I'm probably going to get myself in trouble. Mr. McEldowney?
Thank you. I think the mayor touched on a couple of things that I want to circle back to. And when we think about this sort of history of CDOT and the city, there's not been a lot of love from CDOT for the city. Of any city in the state, I think proportionally we'd be hard to find another community that has the amount of interaction with CDOT infrastructure that we do proportionally to our overall road network. And I think the mayor's point about having to take over Highway 2, fighting to get Highway 2 improved, and then ultimately taking the divulsion path. I was literally thinking about Highway 2 tonight, and you and I touched a little bit before the meeting tonight about what we've been seeing in terms of volumes on that. And the one thing that I thought about tonight before this came up was we really got screwed in the Highway 2 deal. Because once again, just before I came on council, when Renee and Sean were last on council, the Commerce City community paid to put streetlights on Highway 2 because safety necessitated it, and the state was not coming to our aid. So over $2 million was spent putting lights, a fraction of the lights that were truly needed on that road. So Commerce City came through with that. Commerce City had to come through with intersection improvements because CDOT wouldn't do it. And it had to happen. And so this community's citizens paid to improve 88th and 96th and 104th on our dime. Not a lick of involvement from CDOT. In fact, my memory serves, we struggled with each of those projects to get CDOT participation, and those projects were slowed and made more difficult as a result of CDOT's lack of participation or slow response. 104th and 85, the $7 million intersection we keep talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of our major headaches in that intersection, completing that intersection, was this entity called CDOT. And so here we are being asked to support a project that nobody's had any input into. That's a real problem for me. You know, when you look at the map and you think about Highway 2 that we've just taken over, and I look at the volumes that are on Highway 2 now, 2 lanes each direction is going to get chewed up incredibly fast. And where will CDOT be when we need to expand Highway 2 to 3 lanes in each direction? They won't be anywhere. But I can tell you that if 76 and 85 are undesirable corridors for the commuter, they're going to probably come down Highway 2. And this is another thing that Ms. DeAndrea and I were talking about prior to the meeting tonight, before I had knowledge of this, trying to think about how and why we're seeing so much volume on Highway 2 now. Is it because people are not taking Tower? Where are these rides originating that are, coming down Quebec and Highway 2? When you've got I-76 and 85, and my guess is they're coming from further east, they're not going to make their way west to get onto the highway. And so this kind of ties into the comments from our previous meeting about Highway 85, which is we need to look at the Highway 85 and I-76 interplay as a system. And I sit here and say I am not an engineer. That's not my job. However, I question the acumen of the engineers in this conversation. I'm having flashbacks to the I-70 conversations when I first got on city council. And those were very interesting because before I moved to Commerce City, I lived at 34th and Blake. And at that time, the CDOT I-70 exploration was a joint effort with RTD and CDOT. And they were looking at a joint corridor that included rail, commuter fast tracks, and I-70 realignment, restructuring. And so I was in an impacted neighborhood and was part of those conversations. And even at that point, I saw people showing plans that were essentially, this is what we're going to do. And again, I can feel for the folks in the Swansea and Elyria neighborhoods and how they have felt through the course of the I-70 conversations. I can remember sitting in I-70 conversations at the rec center or otherwise and talking with CDOT about the very things that the mayor was just citing, which are when you redo I-70, right, or if you were to take the reroute of I-70 partly onto 270, you have to account for the peer systems, the balance of that system of roads and how that's going to play out in Vasquez and 56th and these other pieces that were not in the conversation at all. 270 and the impacts on 270 ultimately beyond where they would have put the bend. So there's this pattern with CDOT of not engaging with stakeholders to identify optimal solutions. So to me, right, this crazy idea seems so simple. If CDOT's trying to solve a problem that involves a major player like the railroad for this siting, why would that conversation not begin with the municipalities that are actually part of or through in which this issue exists, and actually bring those players together and try and put a couple more heads together at the table to figure out, wow, there might be other options here that we didn't think about. Instead, the planning occurs in a vacuum. It occurs in this sort of classroom-like mindset of perfect world on paper versus reality. And again, when it's not your money, right, it's easy to spend it. And I think that may be the difference. One of the things that we struggle with, and I've heard this council talk about it all the time, is there is no clear logic in terms of the CDOT spending, right? What was the impetus to do the work that they're doing now? And how long is that work expected to last before you're going to tear it up and completely replace it with some new interchange? Like these improvement efforts, repair efforts, re-engineering efforts seem completely disconnected. And maybe they're not. But here again is a great example of why expanding the conversation and involving stakeholders from a community to allow us to understand that logic, if it exists, so that we can defend it. So I again, my fear is if this intersection gets funded, and again, I hate to say that I'm advocating to turn away money, but at the very same time, why take money to solve a problem that we don't think is the right problem to solve? Right. So, that's a very sort of that mindset is not one that I can relate to, right? You don't take something just because that's the only thing that's being offered. You advocate for what you need, right? You don't solve problems that aren't the problems that need to be solved. So, to me, CDOT needs to think differently about how they approach this. And again, the only beneficiary of this plan is the railroad. At the end of the day, the improvements that they're talking about making and the millions of dollars that are going to be spent of taxpayer dollars will benefit a private entity, the railroad. Everyone that will be impacted negatively by this initiative, the citizens of our city, the commuters moving through our city, those citizens who are still going to have life safety issues because of an inability to move east and west through our community, are all not going to see a benefit of this. I don't know that there's a way to calculate return on investment for any of those actors other than the railroad in this equation after all that they will have to suffer through to see it completed. So I will talk myself in circles if I keep going.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, so back to the question on hand is, in support of this letter, I think it's support, we also need to take into consideration our community. And, we have a new director for CDOT. There's many discussions between now and when this is approved. In March, we're getting ready to go out to Washington. Last year, we met with the Federal Highway Administration. There's another opportunity there to bring this up. We have the opportunity to shape this for our betterment as far as our outcome, not just to accept what they want to do. It has to make sense. The federal government's not going to go forward with something, especially with the administration that's coming right now. It has to make sense, and so we need to be part of that conversation. So for us to necessarily sign this, we also have to add, as a side note, whatever, that our comments are very important as a city, because this really will help take shape of our future. And so between now and the 12th, I think there has to be some meetings or so we can meet with CDOT. I mean, there's just not, for us to put this on the 11th hour, I think we need to maybe a special meeting or something, and in between there, have our staff meet with CDOT and inform them what our concerns are. And so instead of weighing in this right now, I think we need some more time, even though with the time schedule we have before us, I'd rather the council take the time and consider this, and what kind of language can we come up with to help with this discussion.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to ask City Manager to make some comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few comments to add to your discussions of this challenging issue. First, to address a couple of concerns that Mayor Ford raised. Efforts are still underway to shift the Bell Creek intersection to the west in a location that it would work if the interchange is built at 104th. So that need not be a concern of council. Also, I don't believe the grant application, this particular grant application, includes closing 112th. I'll assume that's the case unless Maria corrects me.
No, that was a caveat to getting help on 120th.
That is
wasn't
part,
a caveat to this grant. It was a
right.
caveat to 120th.
It is one of the recommendations in the planning and environmental linkage study that we reviewed with council a couple of months ago in a study session. The third comment I was going to make regarding the frustration over 104th versus 120th, we understand, we agree, CDOT's actions make it seem as if either they're not listening or they don't care about our sense of the priorities along that section of Highway 85. Another way to look at it is they simply disagree. They agree, in their mind, 104th is a clear priority over 120th for their reasons, primarily their negotiations with UP up and down the 85 corridor. We continue to reinforce to them that our priorities are different. Thornton, Brighton, Adams County agrees with us that 120th is a higher priority. Clearly, CDOT disagrees. But I would ask Maria, have they stepped up their commitment in any way to advance 120th? There's some language in the slides that they're willing to continue discussions about getting 120th and 85 grade separation into the pipeline and get it closer to being shovel ready. Clearly 104th is ahead of it in the queue, but what are they willing to commit to in terms of making 120th and 85 a higher priority, even if it's not as high a priority as 104th?
Yes, thank you, Brian. I guess what they said is that they would look at it as an alternative. So again, if this grant application was not successful, that they would come back to the drawing board with Commerce City, Adams County, Brighton, and Thornton to look at the possibility of how could we advance the interchange at 120th Avenue if, and this is with an if, that there would be local funding contributions to advance that project. So unlike 104th, where all the money would be coming with this grant application from the state, to at 120th, they would look to the locals to help fund that.
If I could just add on then, my thinking was they're bound and determined to move forward with 104th. How can we get them to accelerate 120th and 85? But now, based on what you've said, if it really is 104th versus 120th, and I'm back to agreeing with council that you should not support grade separation at 104th.
Well, and one of the things that they told me in that last meeting, the last time I sat down with the commissioners and Brighton and Thornton, they said we can work to do both of them at the same time. And now I'm not even hearing that. I'd like those commissioners to have to drive Highway 85 north of 104th and sit at the stoplight to turn left on 120th Avenue and deal with the trucks and the fact that the light lets one vehicle through at a time. And you know what? You might as well have another railroad crossing in Commerce City, crossing Highway 85 at 120th, because the judge has even reached out and said, we need to slow the traffic down at 112th and 120th. We can't get any response. We went 20-some years in this community not getting a response on even getting a snowplow on Highway 2. So, I mean, I am to my limit on this whole CDOT issue until they start acting like a partner. So, I'm over it already.
I would clarify that they did make that same statement about doing both, but again, there was very much a understanding or an explanation that should come with local funding.
You know what? It should come with local funding, but guess what? Figure out 112 too then. So we're building a community. We've grown to 54,000, and you want to take away access to 85 because Tom Norton wants Highway 85 not to have any access between here and Greeley. The whole thing irritates the hell out of me after all of the damn meetings I've been to with CDOT, knowing that Norton controls and tries to control 85, even dealing with going down and trying to get the right in, right out for Hammer on his piece, and having to fight Greeley all the way down the 85 corridor because they want it to be a road to Greeley instead of a road that helps all of the metropolitan area. And And so, honestly, I've had enough of Tom Norton, and until the CDOT starts coming around and looking at us the same way they look at Greeley, then I'm over it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I've had my fill of the conversation. Mr. Douglas.
That was from before.
Mr. Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am glad that you finally got mad and actually said what was on your mind, because you were holding back. Now I don't have to say anything, so thank you.
Mr. McEldowney.
So I would ask our administration to help brainstorm some avenues. I think the frustration is clear. And what is also clear is that CDOT is not going to just show up and sit down and ask to have, tea and talk about these things in a proactive way. So I guess my thinking is, how do we turn this around? And I think we do need to send a letter. I'm going to make a motion that we send a very strongly worded letter to CDOT outlining the fact that we have chosen not to advocate for this intersection because it is not in line with our or our regional partners' visions for the best, most critical improvements to our region. Right? This is not a Commerce City issue. This is a regional movement of people, goods, and services. And I think I would also ask for our staff to help explore avenues, for lack of a better term, that allow us to escalate around CDOT. And I'm of the opinion that we need to look at engaging our elected officials, and I would ask that we go so far as to author a letter to the governor's office that speaks to a pattern of behavior that is at odds with what I know he is an advocate of, which is regionalism, right? Which is partnering for the betterment of our state and our community. And I think if we can author such letters, it would be great to see them signed on to by our peer communities to help reinforce the regional thinking. But the bottom line is, CDOT has to, and we've had this theme in other conversations about other partners, people have to think differently in the current day and age. And I don't sense that CDOT has changed its thinking in any way about how it works with entities like our community. And so we need to advocate for changing the game, right? There has to be a more collaborative conversation. Funds are limited. Time is limited. Doing projects out of order or building things and tearing them apart is a stupid way of spending the public money. Bottom line, right? I can't put a fancier word around it. And so until and unless we are able to demonstrate to the community that communities are working hand in hand with our state transportation entity, then how do we defend these projects? We can't, right? I mean, it's understandable why people get upset about, funding in general and taxes. I mean, I believe that we need to collect taxes, and I believe that we all have the duty to chip in to make things better for us all, but it becomes harder and harder to advocate for doing so when it's really difficult to find good logic in any of the decision making. So I know that's a lot of hot air. At the end of the day, I will make a motion that is twofold. One, that we write a strongly worded letter saying thanks but no in support of that intersection, and I think I gave some direction earlier in terms of the reasoning. And then I would also include in that motion a request for council support to have staff explore other escalated avenues for us to illustrate our concern and seek support for somehow facilitating regional conversations around these critical corridors and how we do best leverage state dollars, federal dollars, and local dollars to improve regional transportation corridors.
Is there a second?
A second.
I have a second from Mr. Bullock. I want to have just a little more comment before we vote. Sitting here, I'm thinking about, I've been here a long time, and I watched when we were doing 1,800 homes a year. Now we're gaining back to that 500-600 range this year, and probably a little more next year. And we always tout that we're the third or fourth fastest growing city in the state of Colorado, and have been for the last 10, 12 years. Downside is, name one major investment CDOT has made in this community in the last 10, 12 years as the third or fourth fastest growing city in the state of Colorado. That's extremely frustrating to me, because I'm watching them dump tons of money up in the Lafayette, Louisville area, the I-25 corridor, the Highway 36 corridor. Not that those areas don't need some of that infrastructure, but we're right up against DIA, and I've fought for the last 10, 12 years defending our rights to the airport, the fact that we need the infrastructure, the fact that we're part of the Aerotropolis, and we're getting 27% from the deal that we made with DIA and with Denver. But at the end of the day, the state has to start making some improvements into our area. You can't rebuild I-70 and leave 270 like it is, and I've pounded that to death. We're fixing Highway 2. Yeah, they did give us some money, but we know it's a lot more than what we had expected on top of what they gave us. Are we going to have to take over Highway 85 and fix it? Because that's what it's starting to feel like around here. After, literally, I started working with the city in 1990, and I have not seen a viable investment from CDOT in our corridors, and we have some of the most major infrastructure for transportation and delivery of goods in the entire metro area. And so, yeah, I'm frustrated. And we need to send that message that, guess what? Start treating us like regional partners, start engaging with our planning so that we can work to the best of our ability on spending taxpayer dollars and not wasting millions of dollars in intersections that you are going to decide just to change overnight. Not that we don't want the improvements, but we don't want to waste the money 6 months before you come up with an idea. So we've got to have better collaboration if we're going to be able to work with the state. And you know what? It's damn time they make an investment in this community. Is there any other discussion before I call for the vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried.
And Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. We will draft the letter and affix the mayor's signature. My assumption is that.
Oh, don't fix it. I'll sign it myself.
That's your intent.
All right. Any other administrative council business? Mr. Douglas.
I have a few. I just want to, since Maria's here, 88th and Buckley, the negotiation we had on the construction of Tower Road, was that part of repairing those ruts as far as using that detour, making sure those are all, we're not talking about milling the road or anything, but those are some really bad potholes. And where is the contractor at as far as making that a completion? Because I'm sure we have another month and a half or 2 months to go.
Every once in a while, I got to get on the soapbox.
Yeah, so the question is about the timing for essentially segment 2. They think that we just met with them today, as a matter of fact, and updated on the schedule. They think they have at least another 2 months of work on segment 2. So that means that the detour would be in place for at least that much longer. So our goal is to continue to patch those potholes by the contractor during this time to keep that as smooth as possible. But it is a poor condition road that we knew going into this, and that we'll just try to do our best without expending too much money to essentially overlay the whole thing.
Right. Okay, I appreciate that. My other ask is an intersection of 112th Avenue and Oakland Street. looking for council support to put a rapid flashing beacon known as a RFB system. And that's a way on the south side on 112th for those kids to get across that road safely. So I know this was brought up last week based on the needs assessment for the folks trying to get on the other side. It used to be a concern, or it's always been a concern for the people in Buffalo Run West to go to Buffalo East, and that's taken care of. So now this is would go on the marked crosswalk on the east leg of intersection of 112th and Oakland.
Was that a motion?
Pardon me?
Did you form that as a motion?
Right next to my house.
Oh, I can make a motion.
That would be good. I think that's where you're heading.
Okay.
You're intending to seek
looking for
council action. So
looking for council support on a motion to install a rapid flashing beacon at the intersection of 112th and Oakland.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
Any discussion? Really? Thanks, Steve. Taking my job. Mr. McEldowney.
So I have comments on the prior matter, but because there's a motion on the floor, I actually would make a friendly amendment to this motion.
Yep.
I will support this, but I would ask that this council commit to adding to our 2017-2018 priorities conversation something that we talked about when the outlook concerns came up that Mr. Diaz brought to us, and that is really assessing our movements between neighborhoods to stitch things together, because we have operated under a philosophy of waiting for developers to do their thing, and well, that doesn't always happen in the time that a community needs it to happen. And the growth and the safety of our community and the ability for a kid to go to his buddy's house across the street safely is incredibly important. And so I think this is an important intersection, but I know that there are many other important intersections. And so what is our commitment to making sure that we're finding ways to identify and solve for those actively as opposed to reactively?
To add to that, Mr. McEldowney, I think that we need to ask staff to come up with a program to help us with not just traffic studies and those kind of things, but the smaller things like where does a crosswalk need to be, how do we fund it, and making sure it's on their radar. It kind of reminds me of the whole speed hump situation. Where do they need to be? Everybody wants one. We need to put them in the right place, that kind of stuff. But living literally next to that intersection, the people that walk across there, and with the average speed of vehicles is probably 45, 50 miles an hour coming up 112th. It is extremely dangerous, and I've had a lot of the residents in both River Oaks and River Run very frustrated just trying to get across the road. And it's almost that same kind of separation that you have from Outlook across the street. So I would suggest as a part of an amendment to the motion that we have staff engage with a process for us to prioritize those kind of crossings. Mr. Douglas?
Yes. That was brought up back in October because we had a discussion about Turnberry, and this same situation came up because we had to do parking and don't wait until the school's built to have safe avenues for kids to be dropped off and not utilize the homeowners who are presently there to take away their parking place to solve a problem. So seems like this keeps bubbling up every 2 months. So I will accept that as a to the amendment. Thanks.
All right, and the seconder accepts it as well. Is there any other discussion on this topic? All right, Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. And ironically, I had interacted with the resident that brought this to my attention back in late 2014, where we did do a traffic assessment study as far as children crossing from one neighborhood to the next. And so I'm glad that you had actually brought this up. This was actually on my list of things to discuss. But I would be in agreement to the amendment because we have to be inclusive of all the neighborhoods. They just want to ensure safety citywide. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Back to you, Mr. Douglas.
And this is my last one. You know, we got a current staffing of our police department back in October 10th, and which is great. We all got this sent out to us, and I had quite a few people that come to me and talk to me about safety and concern about police presence in the neighborhood. And this ask is if to go along with this current staffing, and it means detailed out in this paperwork here, but I needed more understanding. If there's any way this council could have, and you don't have to put any names on there, the watch commander log and PD schedule as far as seeing how many officers we have in an area and how the city is covered. If this has to be part of a study session, that'd be great. But those are the frustrations people have, and I have myself, is not knowing how our city is covered. We grow on a daily basis of a family of four moving in, and safety is a big concern. We have people who, you know, of course, it's a holiday, people package delivered and all that. Those are stolen. I mean, that's occurring now too. But folks breaking into cars and all that. There's a response, and you know, one thing I've noticed in our city, we haven't been dealing with a lot of issues with police and citizens, which is great. And I commend our police department for working with our community and all that. But I just want to get a better understanding how all this works as far as what we need, what we have in the pipeline. So that's why I'm asking about the watch commanders list and the PD schedule.
The Commerce City Police Department does have a staffing policy, so it's no problem to provide that to council. We'd be happy to do that.
$5.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thanks, Steve. Mr. McElhenney.
Back to Mr. Douglas's questions about 88th and the detour. Ms. DeAndrea made comments that detour would need to be in place for at least another 2 months, given updates from the contractor. I would just ask that, as part of our efforts to be transparent and keep folks apprised of
$10.
What's going on? $15. Do I get 20? Just turn the volume down.
I hear 30.
All right.
He's buying beers after the meeting for everybody. That we find a way to communicate this. I think, again, aside from the rec center, this is the signature project out of 2K. And I think the trust that we asked folks to give us in terms of all of these projects, I think we have to really be on it. And so I don't know if we're ahead or behind the curve or what the perception is in terms of these two extra months, but whatever the reality of it is and whatever the impact is going to be, that we just be frank and honest and communicate that out so that it's not one of those things that all of a sudden people are like, well, I thought this was only a 3-month deal, and then we're chasing questions back. So that's my only ask on this.
Thank you. On this topic, Councilwoman Elliott, or something new? Okay. Yep, no problem. All right, I'm going to get into my administrative council business. Apparently, we're all getting concerned calls about 88th and Buckley. And I'd like to have staff talk to Flatiron and see if they can do anything to help. I mean, the slightest improvement will help with the motoring public using that detour. especially since it's going to be longer than what was anticipated, and Flatiron took on the responsibility of maintaining it during the period of time that it was used as a detour. I think that we put a little pressure back on Flatiron and try to get them to do something. We've got 6 to 8 inches of snow called for the next couple of days. That's concerning me about some of our transportation pieces, 88th and Buckley. I can't imagine that road's going to get any better with 6 to 8 inches of snow and with plows running down them. So I'd ask the staff stay on top of that one with Flatiron. Highway 2, north of 112th, it's very narrow. I drive a dually. I cringe every time I have to go through it. I've only went through it a couple of times. I don't want to go through it any more than I have to. I can only imagine what somebody driving a semi is dealing with, trying to navigate how narrow that is. Even more of a concern that we're having our first, what I would consider a significant snowfall. Traffic speeds of 35 miles an hour through that narrow between the Jersey barriers. First and foremost, I just totally anticipate an accident, somebody sliding into the wall. I would really like to ask the staff and permission from the council to lower that speed, especially during inclement weather, down into that 20-25 mile an hour range to try to reduce the risk of an accident because of how narrow it is. I also am concerned if a plow can navigate that curve, because plows don't, they're disproportionate from other vehicles. They have a whole lot sticking out in front of those drive axles. So when you're navigating that plow through a tight area like that, that's a concern too. I don't know if we've driven a plow through that to see how it will fit. I know there's a lack of area for snow to even be pushed to, and wanting to make sure that we get enough sand to keep it from being icy and sliding people into the concrete, but not too much material that makes it gravelly and slides them into the concrete. But I think it's an area that we really have to monitor from a safety perspective with the oncoming inclement weather, and it's not going to be the only storm we're going to have during this construction. But that's been top of my mind, watching the weather reports and knowing how hard it is to navigate the narrowness of that road. Before I move forward, are these comments on what I'm talking about? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, just to add to that, on Quebec, when you're heading south and you're going to turn on to, you're heading south on Highway 2, coming up to Quebec and Rosemary, you're turning left to go to the Civic Center, and there's the second lane there that's crossed out, so we don't have one lane. Is there any way before the construction starts to come to the north, if we can make that a 2-lane turn position? Since there's 2 lanes you turn into, of course you're supposed to turn into the far left, not the right. But is there any way we could do that?
Yeah, we're actually looking at that right now. Councilmember McEldowney had brought up that suggestion as well. So taking out essentially that striped off area and making a dual left. So we need to modify the signal heads and modify the striping, but we are looking into that.
Okay, all right.
As an
Thank
interim condition, short term here, to try and help things
Right.
on Highway 2.
Thanks for the update.
All right, Mr. McElhenney, on the items that I'm currently discussing?
Yes, skinny roads and snowplows.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. I was talking with Ms. DeAndrea and Mr. Kramer before the meeting about that very situation. I was informed that the Highway 2 piece is not unlike the tower piece, and that the contractor is responsible for maintaining that, so it's not a city plow that has to navigate that, apparently. Is that accurate or no?
No, we'll still have to maintain it. I'm sure our plows are going to be the ones clearing that road.
Well, if you recall, we wrote into the specifications that they're to maintain, the contractor is to maintain Tower and Highway 2. What I'm unsure about is, since that piece of Highway 2 is being done with the rec center project, if those same specifications applied.
Got
So
it.
we may be on the hook to do the
Okay.
part where the mayor was talking about.
Okay.
I'll have to double check that. Sorry.
Either way, we had the conversation about the concern about the width. I have the same concern with the chicane on Tower Road next to Allied. And I know we talked some months ago about some visual means by which to keep people clear on the fact that there are 2 lanes. That stripe disappears the minute the little white stuff starts to fall out of the sky. And so my concern is, all due respect to the people on the road, I don't feel comfortable with a lot of people on the road and paying attention to speed limits or lines or otherwise. And so that little bump around, it's blind, right? It's a compound blind maneuver. You're dropping, you're turning, the other people are coming up at you, they're turning, so you don't see people until the last second as you're southbound, northbound on Tower. So that road in particular to me, I'm concerned about. And I will ask again, especially since we haven't had snow, that before we have snow and before we have an accident in there, that somebody tell me how much those little orange sticks that get pinned to the ground cost. And we pin the turn, the entry and the exit from that. Maybe we can't do the whole thing, but I've certainly been in plenty of detours where those are used to make it clear to the drivers that those are 2 separate lanes. I don't drive that every day, but every time that I do drive it, I feel like somebody is over the line. And when I talk to the people that do drive that every day, they reinforce that that's their observation as well. So I think we've been very lucky that nothing's happened there yet.
Thanks, Jason. It's exactly what we know. We're going to get some snow. We know we got some major projects underway. Just want to make sure that those neck down areas and detours and everything else, that we're doing the best we can to keep our residents safe and moving through on their commute. Next item, 104th and Florence. I agree with the concerns that Mr. Murray had. I think it's safer to make a U-turn at Florence than it is to make a left across all of 104th to go left on Florence and have to navigate through the industrial park. I'd like you, Public Works, to take a re-look at that and see if the barricades are benefiting or harming our movements. 104th and Peoria. I drive that every day, multiple times a day, and I drive a very large truck. And when I'm heading south on Peoria at the stop sign to turn east to get to Highway 2 to come to City Hall, the landscape grasses, not wild weeds or anything, but the median landscaping has not been trimmed down for the fall. We're into December, and a low-profile vehicle like a Camaro, I can't see coming eastbound on 104th to make a left-hand turn off of Peoria. I can only imagine if I was in a low-profile car trying to make a left turn, but we need, those ornamental grasses are 3.5, 4 feet tall and have dried out, and they are a definite visibility issue for making a left turn there. So I'd like to see if we can look at our medians and any place where we have, not just there, that one I know in particular, but I know there's some of those type of grasses and other medians up and down 104th and other areas, wherever there may be some of that decorative vegetation that needs to be cut down for better visibility. Please take a look at that. And then one of the other things, just because of the conversations of listening about school issues and parking, I'd really like to, I know the schools, we just met with 27J. They're building a lot of schools right now. One of the things that's extremely frustrating, and I don't know if we can have a sit down with 27J and talk to them from a planning perspective, but this state law that says we can't designate how many parking spaces they need, and they're underestimating and underdeveloping parking spaces when they're building elementary schools throughout our community. It is having major impact on neighborhoods like Turnberry, where we're actually pitting neighbors to the school against the school and parking issues on street because of lack of parking within the schools. If we can try to have some reasonable type of meeting, I know we can't dictate how many spaces they need, but they're putting in so few spaces to save money on land purchases that they're negatively impacting every community that they build a school in. And the whole purpose of having a school within a community is to help build better community. And it seems like it's working against us, and I would really like to get Chris Fiddler to sit down and with his board and have a serious discussion. Maybe Chris Kramer can get us some of the plans from some of the schools, and we can not necessarily dictate what they have to do, but let's have a conversation about what they should be doing and how we work better from a community perspective. I know this council is constantly reaching out to both school districts saying, how can we better help you? How can we be better partners? It's one of the things that's bugging me to death is dealing with the complaints and community issues because of lack of development planning in our residential areas for elementary schools. And I'll leave it at that if staff can please put something together. Mr. McElhandy, you got something on that topic?
I do, and actually at the meeting with the district and with Brighton, I had an extensive conversation with Board President Day. He and I had spoken previously about that concern. I've brought it up to Terry Lucero and to Carrie Monty, their planning manager. But I think coming back around in the way that you're suggesting is key. The one example that I had that Patrick had followed up with me on was the situation with Stewart Middle School. And anybody who has driven by, and I'm sure Paolo sees this, when their after school or intramural sports are going on, or those back fields are being used, the road is parked on all the way down and sometimes both ways. And again, you're dealing with a curve. I don't know what was up with planning over those years, but we've these little curves everywhere, right? The Reunion Marketplace, et cetera. And so people can't see them. People are trying to get in and out of their vehicles, and they almost get hit. You have people that can't get out of dropping people off in front of Stewart, between the Stewart and the park, and kids are trying to cross that street, and it is just a train wreck. So my point to Patrick was, this is what happens when you don't put enough designated parking in place. Now people are parking on a roadway, and they're creating hazards. And so the same problem exists at Second Creek as exists at Turnberry. I fear that we're going to see the same thing at Reunion Elementary, though I'm told that they designated slightly more spaces at Reunion Elementary, but I don't know that from the plans I've looked at, it seems like there are that many spaces. I have talked to, again, Board President Day, the members of staff that I've spoken about, as well as Board Member Timmig, about the concerns with this parking. And, you know, I think one of the thought processes that may have existed previously in the district was, when you build a school in the neighborhood, a traditional neighborhood school boundary is a traditional neighborhood school boundary. And so the thought is that you have more people who are walking. And they're not intending for as much busing, but the way that boundaries are being drawn, my daughter lives in Reunion South Lawn and attended Second Creek and had to be bused into that neighborhood. And if the bus was not the option, then a vehicle trip was necessary to get her to school. You couldn't walk her to school. So either way, the bottom line is, I've tried to plant that seed. I think a formal ask for that conversation would be very helpful. I went so far as to talk to Mr. Day about the fact that, you know, if you look at any of these schools, one of the challenges the district has right now is caring for the landscape. So if you could designate pieces of that currently, you know, grass that you have to water and care for that's not being used, that you could add a handful of spaces to, I think you could have a huge impact. And you could potentially use it as overflow parking only, right? I mean, nothing says you couldn't put basketball hoops or Foursquare or other things in that zone and use them as contingency and overflow parking, because anytime there's a special program at a school, the people can't get in and out. So anyway.
Well, and I'm coming to you, Steve, but it's not just limited to 27J. I'd like to also ask that we reach out to 14 with the same concern, because Central and Kemp and some of these other schools have zero parking, even for the teachers. And I'm literally have been to events where there's a teacher standing at the parking lot saying who can pull in and who can't, and if you're not upper administration, park on the street. Huge problem. And we're talking, a school like Kemp and Central, they literally don't have any parking to speak of. And we need to really start looking at, the downside is the state says we can't require them to put that parking, but the impact on the neighbors is ridiculous. There is no safe drop-off at Central. It's
all parking in Diamond Shamrock lot.
they're parking across 64th and walking their kids across. So it's seriously a big problem. And if we don't start working with the school districts on this issue, we'll continue to build a community that won't function 10 years and 20 years from now, just like Kemp and Central have been a problem. And we're still doing it. We got to figure it out. Steve?
Yes, on that. On 27J, I know Dr. Fiddler and Patrick Day had a conversation with the community on the boundary change as far as where students are going to go once Union Elementary is up and running. Where if you live in a certain section, you're going to be able to go to that school. That way, it's going to be more tied to where the kids live. So you have more kids walking to school, less kids driving. That's what their purpose is going to be with redoing those boundaries. And then when it comes to our winter retreat, I had this on my list as far as the land development code and housing. If our future, if it's all geared around how much land is given to the school district and what they work with, I think that needs to be increased. So maybe that could be under land development as one of the city requirements of the builder is giving enough land for future parking. I think that would help, because I think they give land, but it's not adequate with today's residential growth. So it's not up to par as what the need is for the community. So I'm going to have that on my list as far as our winter retreat.
Yeah, and I think these are some items that we need to definitely talk about during the winter retreat. But, when it comes to the school thing, it is really, the downside is we know they struggle for money. And they're going to save it on construction if they don't save it, if they don't save it on how much land they acquire. But at the end of the day, the state doesn't let us designate how many spaces they need. And I literally went to Turnberry one day for an event where it was to walk around the track deal. I know Paula was involved with it. There wasn't a parking space within 5 blocks of the school. And I totally was shocked. Everybody was parking in an empty, vacant field that's going to be houses to the north of the school. And I honestly would really like to work out a deal where they can acquire some of that raw land so that they have more parking, because Turnberry is one that I notice a lot. But even when talking about it, even here in the older part of town, and Kemp and Central has a ton of land, all the way down to the old Mitchell Campers.
Right.
There was parking there. Yes. They took it all out and put it in grass. Why, I don't know. But there used to be a drop-off loop at Central. They took it out. So it's not a land thing on some of these schools. It's the fact that they lack, I don't know if they don't have maintenance dollars or what, but we have to start working with the schools to ensure good revolving transportation around those schools, because all we do is make it higher risk, and we're trying to put in crosswalks and stuff to negate poor planning, in my opinion. So, staff, I think you've got a clear picture of what my concern is there and what the council's concern is. All right. Is there any further administrative council business this evening? About what?
You want me to talk about raccoons or you?
I'll talk about raccoons just for JD, and I know she's at home watching.
Yes, she is.
I'm getting more raccoon issues. Several people have been seeing them, including council members, coming out of our storm drains. Not just in older parts of the city where we know we have raccoon problems. Seeing them at Peoria and 113th. I know there's some up in Jason's area, but literally they're just diving into the storm drain grates and popping up out of another one. What my request is what is our liability if we're providing habitat, and is there something we can be doing if we are being advised that there's raccoons coming in and out of a particular storm drain? If we can partner with the water district to go in and run a jet down it, or whether we have to come up with some kind of a contingency with some kind of a wildlife person to give us that assessment that I talked about a while back, because it's one thing if they're living on someone's private property, but if we're harboring them within our city infrastructure, what would our liability be? Because this issue's not going away. It seems like it just continues to get worse when we're dealing with wild animals, and I really can't stress enough that we need to have some kind of a plan on how we deal with that, and how we deal with our infrastructure and wildlife, and how we deal with private citizens and directing them to get the help that they need to deal with a wildlife problem. So, Mr. McEldowney, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you covered it. I think that's
Okay.
it.
Mr. Douglas? No? Your light's on? All right. So I think that takes care of the raccoon problem. Since we're just...
She said thank you.
Did she? Yeah, you're welcome,
She's
JD.
texting me
You're welcome. And tell her while she was in Florida, I saw him in her yard eating the rabbits.
She hears you.
Good.
She is watching the
Good.
meeting.
All right. I know we've went over a lot, and I know the meeting wasn't anticipated to go this long. I'm going to get us into reports and move things along. I'll start with City Manager McBroom.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a short report tonight that we sent out via email late afternoon. Please reach out if you have any questions. One particular item of note, we did receive word from the water district that they're raising their rates. I'm sure they'll be communicating that to their customers, but they sent an advance notice to us. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Robert Sheasley.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further. I'll get into my report, and I'll allow some council members to add to it if they would like to stay here longer. First and foremost, I want to thank Renee for running the last city council meeting and the study session before that. Everybody knows that I was in a year-long campaign for Adams County Commissioner. I lost that by a very short margin. I still feel very good about the type of campaign I ran and the platform that I ran on. However, I will be the mayor for the next 3 years, and I will do my job with pride, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing the completion of some of these projects that we were having full discussion of tonight, and I'm looking forward to having a very serious conversation with CDOT. So there is some light at the end of that tunnel. So Renee, thank you. I did take a couple of weeks off, which I truly needed, but I did. And one of the events that I really enjoyed doing, Bass Pro over at Northfields invited me to be what is it called? The Grand Marshal of their parade, and it runs through all of Northfields and ends up at Bass Pro, and they have Santa Claus, and the fire district. There was some Denver City Council members there and stuff. So I attended that, as well as the National Christmas Tree Tour Stop was over at Bass Pro, and I was one of the speakers. I was surprised they didn't have anybody from Denver there to speak, but I was there representing Commerce City. They were very happy that the mayor was there. South Adams Fire Department was there, and thankfully they were there because they used their fire truck to wash off the National Christmas Tree so that everybody could sign their names on the side of the truck, and it wasn't grungy from coming down through the mountains in the wet weather that we had at that time. So kudos to Bass Pro. And they have that contract, and the National Christmas Tree will stop there every year now for the next 5 to 7 years, I believe it is. And one of the trees will come out of Colorado. This tree came out of Idaho. But I would encourage everybody next year, watch for the National Christmas Tree to make it stop. They are getting a pretty big crowd over there, and it's pretty impressive to see how big of a truck it is that has to haul the National Christmas Tree, because it's not just your average semi. It's a lot longer. And this year they had the Idaho potato truck was convoying with the National Christmas Tree. So if you're not into Christmas trees, you could see a potato. All right. I did attend the joint dinner with 27J in the city of Brighton, as did most of the council. Me and Renee both were at Rotary. And then we had me and Rick had an ACC meeting discussing ongoing issues with Aerotropolis and Adams County and Denver. Then most of us were at a joint dinner with South Adams Fire Department, which was great. It was great to start engaging the fire department as more of a partner with this community. It's one of those entities that we never have really had tight bonds with. However, as you did see tonight, they were here for the lights to be turned on, and we're trying to make sure they get invited to more things, and we start being more inclusive with all of our entities, school districts, fire districts, water districts, BPA, all of the facets of our community to help grow our community in a better manner. Then we had Winterfest, and I have to give a special thank you to CCBPA, Christie's in the audience, School District 14, City of Commerce City Police Department, South Adams Fire, United Power, Stout Street, Commerce City Historical Society, and hopefully I didn't leave anybody out. And when I got up and thanked everybody at Winterfest, I said Reba McEntire. I had to fix that little problem because it's Reba Drotar. And I had to then explain to everybody that no, Reba McEntire actually is not here and not coming. So kudos to the BPA and everybody that participated. It was really nice to see that it was indoors. Even though the weather was nice this year, knowing that we have a venue that it's going to be indoors, and to see the fact they had the sausage and pancakes, and they had the hot cocoa. Santa Claus was there, and it was great to see Santa Claus and who Santa Claus and Mrs. Santa Claus were. They gave away a lot of different little treats to the kids. Seems like it was very well received, and it looks like if we continue down the path with those partnerships, we'll continue to make Winterfest a better event every year. You know what? I saw the pajamas thing, and I'm going to tell you right now, my pajamas don't quite look like those pajamas, and nobody would really like to see me show up in my pajamas.
I wore mine.
Did you wear yours?
You wore yours.
I can tell you, I'd have to go pajama shopping because I don't have pajamas that look like that. I've got the old man pajamas, and my kids tell me, even walking around the house, Dad, you need new pajamas. So you're all lucky I didn't show up in pajamas. It would not have been the event that it was. So that concludes my report. If anybody has anything they would like to add, now is the time. Mr. Douglas.
Just want to kudos to the Explorers for helping out. They helped serve 1,500 pancakes and sausage on a stick, and I took part in
help cooking those. We had several members come back to take those out of wrappers and all that. I mean, it was insane. And I won't be wearing any long johns underneath my PJs next year because that's why it was so hot. Also, I attended last week Minority Women's Chamber Coalition. They met with some legislators prior to them going into their 2017 and pretty much just a community event with pretty much there was a lot of women and minority business owners there, and they were discussing certain issues that have come up and what they're going to do in 2017. And today, E470 had an open house with some of the legislators that came down and participated in a tour of the updates that E470 has made. And I extend this out to our council if you guys want to come down and look at what E470 has done, some of the improvements. They cover 47 miles on E470, and they have 47 cameras monitoring the whole corridor, and it's amazing what they do. Everything from collecting and doing imaging to also a court process, all in that building. So if you guys want a tour, let me know and I'll set that up.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another shout out to all the organizations involved in Winterfest. I just want to tell you, a lot of the residents that I interacted with were very pleased that it was indoors because they were able to participate at a more expanded level for longer periods of time, whereas before you only went to certain areas because it was just so cold or the lines were so long. So I just want to say that was a really well-attended event. And I do have to brag that I did enter the gingerbread house decorating contest. I placed second. Yes, I did. I placed second. I placed second. My son Gianni helped me decorate the house. But what was fun about it is Renee had actually suggested this, and maybe we can do this at Winterfest, that all the council members actually build and decorate their own house and put them up for the competition. So anyway, just wanted to shout out again and thank you, Christy, for everything that you've done to help facilitate this.
You want me to wear pajamas and build a gingerbread house?
Yeah.
We are pushing the limits of the job of mayor. Just saying. Mr. Bullock.
I just want to say that at the next meeting, we will be giving some news about a grant that we received from a certain coalition that is in the millions of dollars, and I'm going to let a certain park and recreation director give the good news because I know it's been done and I know that we got it. So on the meeting of the 19th, stay tuned for some fantastic news that is going to help kids all through the area.
God, you guys must have missed me.
It's a mystery.
Missed me. Keeping the meeting rolling. Mr. Teeter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, I want to touch on that Winterfest also. I believe this is the best one we've ever put on in my 5 years. And we, like Crystal was saying, we were all at different stages throughout the high school, and it kept the crowds moving. We fed a lot of people. And like I said, the backdrops that the foundation bought with the city's money were beautiful, and we'll use those over and over in the future. And like I said, we fed a lot of people, and it was a great success. Yeah. Also, Mr. Diaz and myself attended the setting the last piece of iron on the new grade school up in Reunion, and that grade school will be open come August, they said. So we will have a new grade school open up there.
Good. All right, Mr. McElveen, did you have one or no? Okay, Mr. Douglas.
Oh, just a shout out to all the citizens and who came out and participated on lighting up the Civic Center out here. and all Parks and Recs. Appreciate their hard work in extending their day to make sure everybody could have a successful big switch turned on. So, thank you.
All right, now, a couple announcements. No council meeting. I want to make sure the residents know we're not having a meeting next Monday night. We'll be having our legislative dinner that night. So there will be no study session going on at City Hall next Monday night. And Saturday's the day to bring your family and your kids out to Buffalo Run for Mingle with Kringle and out at the golf course at 1 o'clock to enjoy a good time. Let your kids see Santa. And enjoy the different events and projects that your kids can be involved with on Saturday. And bless you. And if there be no further business to come before the City Council of Commerce City, we are adjourned. Thank you all for watching or being here.